Fireside Chat.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's been a bit since we've been playing with actual characters as opposed to talking about it for 4 hours and with a fire hose level information. Good for referential to go back. Don't expect anyone to really understand that. Our world anvil is getting re-updated as a result. So I'm Buckland. I'm the DM for this wonderful afternoon/evening, depending on where you're at. Be running a one-shot focusing on the episodes prior to our season 10 starting 2021. This time we're focusing on the Revolutions group. The groups that have been seen prior are the other two groups, which is the Sabers group that had some time over in a, Fire Emberstone Caverns with a Phoenix, and the Survivors group that had a run-in with Ares, the Zodiarch, back in Freeport. Currently, we're set in New Haven, and we have some new people with us. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk through and introduce their characters, and as it relates to the current story. Starting in the upper right, we'll start with Captios.
So I'm Captios. Captios is a wizard / candle who at the beginning of season 9 was basically tasked with investigating Alexa because she had gone to Avernus and the candles were unsure of her allegiances. So he was tasked with investigating her, joining up with her, and sending messages back. Ended up doing a little bit of that, but more so ingratiating himself with the group, kind of finding them to be his family, given that his mother was killed when he was very young. And yeah, now he's in this state where he's traveling with obviously Sin, Rolf, Ozzy, and his end goal is very much to fight the celestial, draconic, and infernal powers in terms of making it so that mortals aren't beholden to those powers. Like that's his biggest thing right now, because he's seen now more over and over again this concept of they basically force the hand of the mortals, and then they get mad when the mortals do things that the mortals were forced to do because their hands were it's this continuing cycle. So that's his end goal right now, and obviously as the world is burning, it's going to become very interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting too that Captios had this huge growth arc too. He is the de facto leader currently of the revolutionary movement. When season 9 ended, there was a few people that currently are not with the group, Alexa and Solus, and a skiff of Method that left Captios at the helm of the ship going through quite a storm. Across the ages too, and that'll segue over to Pyro.
Okay, so my character's name is Pyro, one of the new characters. I'm a Fire Genasi Warlock, whose patron's actually Gig, surprisingly. Long story short, I was growing up in Freeport, and I made a deal with Gig. He wanted me to find this magic secret wand, and I found it, and I decided to destroy it because I realized that it would not be good for people to have. But then Gig caught me, and he got really annoyed, and he turned me into a stuffed animal for the next couple of decades, and that's where we are so far. So we'll see what he has in store for me.
Yes, a stuffed animal. That's a good sum up of how this guy operates. Definitely not cooking with a full set of utensils. Interestingly enough, that was also referenced in at least one prose relating to Sin at a dining event. Something you can find on World Anvil. So, Rolf.
Hey guys, it's me, Rolf. I am the Bronze Dragonborn in transition for Landsight. I am his only living vassal. I am Draconic Blood Sorcerer who specializes in lightning-based attacks. I'm an adventurer for 2 months now, and I find myself fighting to stop the end of the world. Very difficult times, very fast.
Yeah. Rolf and Roger have a lot in common. Quick and fast into the adventuring life.
Yep. Hopefully, maybe I put out a message for Landsight to come help. let's see if my daddy dragon decides that I'm worth his time.
Good, yeah.
Daddy Dragon.
Daddy Dragon. Yep. Text a Daddy Dragon. We'll see how that resolves itself. With
Technically,
this...
I got Captios to text my daddy dragon.
Yeah.
So much better. Sin, save us.
I play Sin Thatcher. She's a tiefling barbarian. She has quite a traumatic backstory, but basically she was under the ownership of Jacob White. She got tossed and sold off into Avernus. She spent some time there, escaped Avernus with Alexa, and she's been kind of wandering around, with the party at this point, trying to take down some of these Celestials. She's like a Spitfire personality, but she's pretty badass. She wields a big giant great club named Wraith, and and she may or may not be like a knight of Gig.
Yeah. Commonalities. Lots of people making deals with the literal devil here.
Yeah.
Which
He's very convincing.
Yeah. I will mention that if be very cautious the way your webcam goes. If you have to step away for a moment, don't turn it off and turn it back on. It will shift the stream. And to round the corner is Roger.
Yeah, I mean, in comparison to all of that, Roger's just a guy who hasn't been killed yet. And he takes great pride in that skill. He is small, he's wiry, he used to be a sailor with Rolf, but I don't think he's seen Rolf in his current form. I was expecting some kind of text RP where I got to see him first, but no, I'm not aware that this dude I'm serving at the bar is Rolf White now. I was on the same boat, or at least the same fleet as him, when the ships went down, and I washed up in just a different part of the beach, made my way inland, and ended up working at this tavern that we're in New Haven, just for food and board, really. And he longs for the adventuring life in a way that's like, it's better than what he's currently doing. But I think he just wants to take his so far skill of not getting killed as far as it goes.
The embodiment of luck here. All right. And with the party, at least in present, we have some NPCs. Our NPCs here at Arhor'ha are really support cast augmentations of the players and the player stories. One of the biggest was controversial to the last season, and that was this dude right here, which is Ozzy. Yeah. Currently does not look that put together. Probably more edgelord broody than already with the tiefling look. He is, in so much, the brother of Sin Thatcher, so Ozzy Thatcher. He's got half of his entire body more or less crusted over with the equivalent of like charcoal or scales, with one rather large arm bigger than the other. Everyone did their best to hide that from the idea of like cloaks, but people in New Haven aren't about to start asking questions with the one day that they're in there. We've covered a little bit the literal devil, Gig, who's also here in a hilarious thing. He is also incognito with the group, but like the horns stick out through the cowl. It's baggy overcoats. It's very very exaggerated. Like, hello, fellow humans, human fellas. Let's get some human food together and talk about things that don't really matter.
5 fingers.
In your 5 fingers, talk about how we have 5 fingers together. Yeah. Such a great bit from Dragon Prince. The the rest currently are, although Pyro, as mentioned, we'll have it in the narrative introducing himself very, very soon, along with a few other edgelords as the party itself leans towards the infernal side of things, and they have a rough ride ahead of them in the moral fiber of a gray-toned society that is this world. In the past, we'll say, since the party left, the party being everyone sans Pyro and Roger for that aspect, they traveled from the Great Seal to the closest town, which wasn't even a full day's journey from their last escapades, which is New Haven. Very common looking, like, crossroads town. They farm their own food. Wagons pass through. Very Bree from, like, Lord of the Rings, right? but they haven't been there long. They've been just kind of catching their breath since. Rolf and Captios did some shopping to catch provisions with the money that they did accomplish. Captios, Sin at crew, and Rolf had a moment to talk about where their more mental, emotional, and planning bearings are, and get as much sleep as they can. As Rolf and Captios had mentioned, they did a signal flare out for the Dragon Daddy situation, which is how vassalage happens with the Dragonborn. And there's this overwhelming sense of dread. This very a storm is coming combo form of storm effect. Even those that are more commonly used to New Haven are attuned to it. Roger, you haven't been here horribly long to get it, but you could tell that the locals, as your current new job, like you just got hired not too long ago from your timeline to serve at a bar to make some coin to move on, and like people are drinking more or very skittish, and then you have this entire group of motley crew weirdos making their way in. One thing that wasn't completely mentioned, I think, is Cap send a message out to Clemens to meet him there early on. Yeah, and the reason that the group is there is to meet with him to further their strategic plan of going after the greater powers. In this case, the Celestials that feel that life in Arhor'ha just isn't worth being there, that we should just hit the big old Celestial reset button, just try it over again. The big threat that they're concerned about. And where we're going to pick up is not with Clemens entering, but with setting scene with Gig. Now, Gig is currently sitting, very Nala, I think is her name, Nala style, super big cloak, baggy hands at the bar, and he places a stuffed animal of a fox just on the stool. It's from his big cloaky area, while Sin, Captios, and Rolf are finishing up their text RP part of that conversation. And he claps his hands close together, and he just looks at Roger. So we'll start in character at this point. So Roger, you've got a very weird guy just rubbing his hands at you. How do you react to that?
He's gonna continue to fill the pint he was filling, just kind of like not breaking eye contact, but is already like, this is the weirdest thing that's happened.
So as that mind goes to your head, this is the weirdest thing I have ever seen. He slams the counter, which is a total distraction to everyone. And now the second weirdest thing Roger's probably ever seen, in that stuffed animal is now a full-blown fire ganassi just sitting at the table. Pyro, you've been it's like sleep paralysis the past 10 years. You've got the wonderful thing of being able to think but not being able to act, and now suddenly you feel air on your face. You can breathe in actual air for a moment, and you are like on a blaze of smoke. Cinders everywhere. First person experience, Pyro. Pyro, how do you react to being freed from your magical prison?
Well, first off, my hair literally sets on fire. Just like the sheer overwhelming of emotion. Like, I can feel shit right now.
Hades style from Hercules. Great.
Take a big giant breath. Just like...
So, Roger, how do you react to the fact that the ceiling now currently is smoldering just a little bit?
Roger's basically waiting for someone to give him permission to go. He's lingered too long. He's locked eyes with Gig, and he's just waiting for someone to say, like, you can go now, or someone to call him away, or
time to go. Yeah, you're not getting any of that. Everyone else, the patrons that are currently in this tavern, which is, what was it called again? The something lantern?
The old lantern.
The old lantern. The old lantern tavern. They're just like deer in headlights. Like, through sheer will, if they stare at the situation long enough, it'll just go away. No one's acting. Except for maybe the group of Sin, Captios, and Rolf. How are you reacting to this?
I'm literally face-palming that Gig just did this in a public setting.
I'm shaking my head down low. I'm reaching my coin purse. I'm going to go put some money on the bar.
Okay.
Whatever happened to, not drawing attention to ourselves, Gig?
So Gig looks at Sin, grabs the stool that's next to him, and chucks it at Sin. Sin, a bar stool is being chucked at you in response to your sass. How do you react?
I want to try to dodge it.
All right.
Whoever's behind me, I'm just gonna move out of the way.
Give me a dex saving throw. Advantaged. It's obvious. It's clearly a trap by Gig. Oh yeah, like go ahead and describe that. Like Matrix dodge it. You can do anything you want with that crit.
Yeah, like I don't even really move my position, but I like move like my upper half and
Uh-huh.
just like really quickly, like whoosh, and it goes flying by me, and I don't know who. Okay, there's nobody behind me.
I mean, I guess in trajectory,
Oh,
Rolf.
You're gonna make me make a death saving throw already?
No, you're walking, but as you're walking to put coin there, it would go past you.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, you're already on
serendipity.
your way because Sin's like, really?
Come on, man.
Can I-
They make me pay for that. Like, can we just keep it a bit calmer in here?
Ozzy, who's like Edgelord McBruderson, is like, as Rolf comes like, he'll pay for it. All he's got is money. Just taps.
I take out 15 coins, gold coins. I just leave them on the table. Give him a sorry.
And now, Rolf, you recognize the bartender.
Wait.
Yeah.
Roger? There's no way. You're supposed to be dead.
Everyone that's come in here so far has said that.
Well,
Do I know you?
it's Rolf. Rolf Sievert.
Kind of like lean back a bit. Yeah,
I'm
wait, is
picking
this? Yeah, is this all you? Are these with you?
Yeah, it's a long story. Might have just unleashed a greater demon or devil. Sorry, there's a difference apparently. Yeah.
Gig's like looking at him like,
He-
that's right, fellow human fellas. Big difference.
This should cover the initial damage. Just give me a bill. You know I'm good for it.
Are you encouraging us
Honestly,
to break more
hearing
games?
that exact exasperated voice of just give me the bill, I realize it's Rolf immediately. That's
That's the Sievert way.
Yeah, kind of leap over the bar and give him a hug like, man, I thought you were dead. I thought everyone was dead.
Yeah.
And, like, at this point, like Ozzy, with all that affection, is like, oh god, I need to brood somewhere else. Just walks away.
Both my brothers lived. Dad was lost at sea. Maybe four other helmsmen were able to make it to shore in our location. I know we looked a little bit, but the seas were so rough, and I wasn't even sure why we went down to begin with. I just assumed we were lost at sea. How did you make it out?
I mean, I just went over the edge and woke up on the beach. I'm gonna say the fact that I didn't drown is a miracle, but I thought I saw something, but I'm kind of scared to say because.
Meanwhile, like, totally not Gig is like, yes.
Buck, how
I
would you?
just asked the bartender if he has something to drink because I haven't had anything to drink.
I mean, that's Roger. So.
Roger.
Oh, he's
You like tap him on the shoulder.
It's like,
Yeah, kinda
stop
like-
having a reunion and serve me.
kind of to Rolf like he's real then. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, Cap?
This is a new guy apparently.
How would you feel if, for theatrics, I just Misty stepped over without expending a spell slot? Just to,
Yeah, like
add to this?
cantrip style. Yeah, I'm good
Yeah.
with that.
So Captios literally just Misty steps over to where Rolf and Roger are, and very Sin-like, just like stares at them for a second, and is like, "Rolf, you know this guy?"
And no, Missy steps right behind Captios is like Gig, who's like the head to the right of him. I'm like,
This is
Kinda-
Roger. I grew up with him. He worked for my family. He's probably the closest thing I have to a best friend left in this life. Outside of you, Captios, like
oh yeah, a Gig is totally like whispering Captios' ear.
And I just like, as if it's like a fly. I'm just like waving, but not like hitting
batting the
I'm
literal
not trying to,
devil
like,
away.
hit Gig,
Yeah.
But I'm like, Roger, nice to meet you, Roger. I extend my hand, and what you see in front of you is this like 5'7" wizard, like looking up at you, and like holding his hand out.
Yeah,
and
he's
just
gonna
like, yeah.
he's gonna take that pretty firmly. Like he's just pretty happy to meet Rolf's friends.
And as you grab my hand,
Just this one friend.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, because Captios isn't very strong, so like you're grabbing his hand and you're probably like in a very firm grip, and he's like, "All right, that's good. That's
enough sanitizing.
I'm like, nice to meet you. So I guess you survived the same boat experience that that Rolf was a
Yeah.
part of.
I falling my way through everything. Yeah, I'm still going. Wait, Rolf, I think that makes you my captain now.
I don't have a boat. But you know that's Pirate King Gig behind us.
And then
You
he
know,
like just steps, salutes.
Oh my god. So it's just back there, like on her chair, just like rocking on it and just watching this shit show go down.
Yeah.
I gotta.
Does the captain know my captain?
I've been chugging a tankard this whole time.
Yeah.
Are you still?
But at this point,
the
yeah, at this
bar.
point, Pyro's like over the side, like I'll get my own drink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Is
thought
Pyro
I'd run
still,
back
like,
and do my duties.
lit up in flames?
At what point?
I think I've died down a little bit, but like
Okay.
the enjoyment of just having things go into my mouth, like food wise and drink wise, is
Things
just
going into your mouth. Nice.
surprisingly. Yeah, I mean, it would at this point just make the same results. At this point,
New
honestly.
experience.
Yep.
Okay.
One in New Haven. Okay.
So I will at least like take this moment to kind of just start giving drinks to Rolf's friends. This ragtag group of people.
It's ragtag.
They seem in charge of the situation. It seems
I mean,
above
that's
my
good
pay
because I don't have any money on me.
grade.
Oh.
Like I kind of lean in. I'm like, honestly, this place is doing fine. Enjoy it.
I did just leave a 15 gold tip. I'm
Yeah.
sure you could,
Look, it's
I look into my pockets. There's just like stuffed animal fluff.
yeah,
filled.
endless lint just everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm so glad, Rolf, that you met your friend. But are we gonna talk about the stuffed animal that is now a person that is now drinking?
And
I mean-
Captius goes, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that." And he just turns. He's like, "Who are you?"
Oh. Yeah. Hi. I'm Pyro.
So Pyro's behind the bar, right? Pyro's behind the bar, serving his own
I'm,
drinks.
like my mouth is still full while
Yeah.
I'm talking, just like wolfing stuff down. Like my eyes are like burning orange with excitement and just pigging out. So yeah. Hi, I'm Pyro. Excuse me, just goes right back to you.
Rolf walks down up to him and offers him his hand. I'm Rolf. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the crew.
Welcome to the crew.
And at that point, I messaged Sin, and I'm like, "Do we have a crew?" Just like,
So as you message that, and like the two of you are staring at each other, in total theatrics, right? The door busts open.
My boss.
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
I
A
guess
guy
we
in
do have a crew.
black armor appears through, and in total brooding McBruderson edgelordiness.
Oh,
He
good.
he has to like the door is like here, like he has to like step in. He's a big boy, Goliath sized, and he steps in, and then immediately as he steps in, and his totally great the edgelord quotient has gone up today. Immediately behind him is like, this will be fabulous, and this Tabaxi rushes in front of him and enjoys himself in a literal jump to the bar where drinks are being served. So, Captius thinks we have a crew. Gains an edgelord and a cat.
What is this? What is
yeah.
happening?
Captius is like, I'm a pretty smart guy, but even now I'm confused as to what's
Oh
going
yeah,
on.
it's happy hour at the Joker's mansion. It's out of control.
Roger just puts a tankard in front of him, assuming he is also with Rolf. Like,
Rolf is gonna go back to Captius very slowly and be like, "Hey, who are these people now?"
Ozzy's like literally has like his large hand that takes up his like half of his head, and he's like, sources of a headache.
So where
Right,
do
I see.
Tabaxis live normally in Aurora?
Tabaxis, in relation to Aurora, generally either live to the west in the desert, like sand tabaxis, or the forest types, or like more lynx-like, or far north near Xanthriel. So they're
And
a very uncommon race.
And does this guy look like one or the other specifically? Like, is he giving off those vibes based on...
He's giving off of approximately Xanthrielian tabaxis.
Interesting. Okay.
However, it's worth noting that they aren't exactly conniving so much as kleptos. Like they don't. Their scheming involves taking shiny baubles, not
They like
taking over
shiny
towns.
things.
Yeah,
Got it.
they're
I
people
look
of the
at-
present.
I look at Rolf and I'm like, please, please, please secure. I message him like, secure your valuables.
Since you lack your radar, I need to know what everyone's passive perception is.
Oh.
10.
15.
12, the highest mine's ever been.
Ah! All right, Captios. As you say this, and because you're also close, you notice that the wacky tabaxi is going over where those 15 gold coins are and like swiping them.
Hey man.
Well, the only person
Oh,
that
I
sees
don't
that's
know.
Captios,
Yeah, sorry,
right?
yeah.
So you're
Oh,
like
yeah.
just happy as hell. As Captios is talking about this, he would notice that the coins are going missing.
I look to see if the Tabaxi sees me seeing him.
He seems too enamored, like doing that while drinking. Like it's just like
Got it.
highly motion, so he doesn't appear to notice that you are catching on to his kleptomania.
So now I'm literally just gonna watch this. Like this big guy just walked in, and I'm like, that guy looks like someone else should be watching him. I'm just gonna watch this Tabaxi. And I basically message Sin and Rolf, and I'm like, that Tabaxi. I'm watching the Tabaxi. But I don't tell them that he took the gold.
Okay. Fair enough. The big guy stands near the door and does the whole entire bouncer act. He's just like, yes, this is where I stand.
Okay. Yeah, this is, I don't know what the hell is going on, but honestly, I expect nothing else other than this. This seems right. We have
Yep.
a guy that just came out of do I recognize the stuffed animal that he was?
Yes.
What? Okay.
You definitely recognize Mr. Nutterbutter.
All right, so this guy is Mr. Nutterbutter.
That whole time, that name gives you chills, Pyro.
Yeah.
I just never say that name in front of me.
Triggered.
It's like a man word.
Just
So
hair goes up the flames again, makes another blackened circle in the ceiling.
So like I move over to him and just to get all up in your business here.
Yeah, no personal space with Sin.
Cause
It-
now-
Mouth's still
I'm
full of like
curious.
chicken or whatever.
So
Mutton.
you were in the stuffed animal.
When you say it like that,
Cheap.
like Gig's like scandal.
The tea party. Yeah.
You saw.
I've been there, like
Yeah.
for decades. Like
And as out of character, you'd know that Sin was wearing a red dress during that tea party specifically, and she hated it. She absolutely hated it. Just as an aside.
weren't you wearing a red dress at that party? Like usually
Gig's doing this now so
guests
much there's
don't have-
smoke going off his hands.
Gig usually doesn't make people doesn't ask people to dress up for these kinds of things.
No, you're right. He certainly doesn't. And she turns and looks at Gig with like the most pissed off look.
Smoke coming off his hands.
Okay. So why are you out? How did you get in there to begin with?
Ha! Gig pulls an audible.
Yeah, funny.
Okay.
Funny story. So yeah, little old me was like 7 in Freeport at the time, and I was starving and looking for whatever I can get my hands on.
Gig takes
And
a steps
then
back. Summons a
all of a
violin.
sudden, out of the fog, Mr. Concerto player over here appeared to me and made me an offer I couldn't refuse.
Sounds
That-
accurate.
Yeah, if I could join his gnarly pirate crew. If only I
Turns into a
could
hurdy-gurdy.
do a little favor for him. He said he was looking for this gold and black wand with like a globe looking thing on it. And I had to go find it and bring it back to him. So little 7-year-old me gets sent off into the wilderness looking for this wand. Eventually I end up at Westgate and I find this thing. And like I get this weird feeling that this is not a good item, that not even the legendary pirate king
Hurdy-gurdy, he's
have
doing a
a
little
rolling
dance,
eyes.
doing a little river dance while he's playing his hurdy-gurdy now.
So I decide that the best thing for me to do would be to use my fiery powers and just burst it into flames and destroy it. But when I tried to do that, for some reason, it wouldn't burn, and I turned to Gig really ticked off.
And then Gig turns to Captios, like Captios should know what that means. It's a highly magical item.
And at first I was like, oh, I'll just hide it somewhere, and then I'll just go back to Gig and be like, oh, sorry, I couldn't find it. I guess I can't join your crew. Oh, well.
Sorry, I don't mean to laugh at you, but.
And as soon as I think that someone taps my shoulder, apparently he had followed me the whole way and was watching this whole thing go on in my mind. He was like, I caught you. And then
it's a decent impersonation. Gig's like, yeah, okay, I give it a 7.
Okay, thanks. That's better than what you usually give me.
Goose eggs.
Fingers on one hand.
So he was like, you did find the wand for me. I'll give you that. So I'll still let you join my crew and give you all tons of crazy powers and shit. But you can't just try and double cross me like that. And I think I have just the thing to teach you a lesson. And then snaps his fingers, and I'm all furry, and I can't move, and I can't sleep, and I can't eat, and I can't drink, and then
None are
I
better.
get invited to random tea parties in the woods.
And then, since Rolf is close, Gig leans over and says, the best part about this is he couldn't eat the food.
Rolf just starts cracking up.
It's
Give him
not
like a-
funny, and my hair just bursts into flames again. There's like 3 giant holes in the thatch roof.
Yeah,
now.
Roger's like, man.
Last warning, man. You need to calm that down. Come on.
I gotta get the extra long broom to clean that up.
It's part of my biology. I can't help it. When I get frustrated, just things start.
That's back like, God, yes. Biology
Actually,
problems.
same,
All the
Pyro.
coins are gone.
Yeah,
Biological problem.
can I go to collect the coins that are?
I mean, you go to
there?
collect them, they're gone.
Yeah. Okay. That'll teach me for. Yeah, I guess I'll assume Rolf has just still got them and is just he's that kind of guy. He wouldn't just leave them lying around. So I'll ask him for them in a minute. He's got a tab. It's fine.
That's not Rolf.
All right.
In the meantime, what is the Tabaxi doing? Because I'm just like kind of watching him.
He is drinking. Like he's helping himself to free drinks.
Got
Now
it.
there's nothing for him to like steal currently. Although he is every now and then wildly looking at what Captios has on him, since he's the closest thing. Very, very affluent looking wizard. Probably has nice wizard baubles. He's thinking in his rattly little tabaxi head.
You are in fine robes now.
You are in fine robes. You did have an outfit. You look like quite the thief's mark.
Fair enough. As I see him looking at me, I'm going to start taking steps back from
He winks
him.
at you.
Oh shit! He's actually okay.
Do you just say, oh shit?
Well, it's foot and mouth Captios, probably.
I'd be like, oh shit, and I just take a couple steps back,
What is it, Captios? How are you doing?
and I message him, and I'm like, this Tabaxi is a klepto and has already stolen the 15 gold coins you left for Roger. And foot and mouth Captios tells Rolf that.
The Baxi doesn't
So-
seem to respond. He's like, I am innocent. I'm going
No,
to
sorry,
drink.
I messaged
Okay,
him.
message it. All right,
Yeah.
not that foot and mouth. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's good to know that you're doing well, Captios. Rolf says out loud to just communicate the fact that you didn't say anything to him despite asking a question. And just to not throw suspicion. And it's like, how about we get a round for everyone at the table? And then I call Roger over like by making like a wave.
He'll make his way over there. Rolf would click at him. That seems fair.
Mhm.
Like,
I just cautiously start moving towards Gig again, just to join people.
Yeah, like while he seems very jovial, it's the gaze that could kill that settles on you, like that
Like
gaze
he's
of danger.
enjoying that I'm suffering just looking at him.
Yeah, like in any
I
moment
don't
he's
wanna
like
be
just
here.
he's like kind of like almost snapping but not, like this is good food.
No.
Num 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 num.
So, I would, in a hushed tone, say like, keep an eye on your things and give a round to everyone in the tavern on me.
oh man, that sounds generous, but that's so much work. All right. I might have to go into a back to get some extra tankards. Just give me a minute.
I've got the best deal for you. How would you like overtime? Unpaid.
It's time and a half.
It's the Seavert way comes flooding back with the non-good parts now.
It just, it's like the one showman cocktail-y thing he can do right now is he just starts lining tankards all the way down the bar, and like then picks up the barrel and kind of runs along the bar, kind of just pouring it all in.
The Great Showman plus 5 points. There you go. Okay, so as you're lining up drinks, Greatest Showman style, the true MVP of that scene, by the way, there is a knocking on the door, as opposed to like outright opening, because the guy who's here is effectively barricading the door, the only door out, and it's just a helmet. There's not really many distinguishable facial expressions on this thing, so it looks towards Gig, Rolf, and Capty. It's that general direction.
The guy is looking at us.
Yeah, it's a helmet, so there's like a point of it, and then it's just like looking at the general direction of Captius, Rolf, and Gig.
It's like in the Game of Thrones that like recreated. Like, is that kind of what the size of the thing we're looking at? Like when they
the mountain?
Frankenstein him? Yeah, when they Frankenstein him.
Yeah, when they Frankenstein the
just-
mountain, yeah, that's a good point of reference. The Frankenstein mountain or Goliath, that's the physique of this creature. Just add armor that's dark and edgelordy.
Got
Where's the knocking coming from?
It's the door from
like
outside.
behind him. Like
From behind him.
From behind him.
Oh, okay. So Sin like looks over at him, like, "Yo, Edgelord, you want to move out of the way so people can come inside?"
And doesn't respond, but continues to look towards Captius, Rolf, and Gig, almost insultingly to Sin's authority.
Move out of the way.
Does nothing.
All right, I get up.
As she gets up, I have my bag with me. I'm gonna give my bag to Rolf, and I'm gonna get up too and like try to stop Sin from starting something. In the
I
middle.
have Wraith. I'm like
You
dragging
do have
Wraith
Wraith. It's
across the floor like you motherfucker.
like a punk.
and I'm like,
baseball
whoa,
club.
Whoa,
Yeah.
Sin. Hold up. Let's see if we can do this more diplomatically. Let's not destroy this entire place. Roger works here, all that good nonsense. And he says nonsense, which is very different than normal Captius.
So,
And he turns to Black Sea, and he says, to Tabaxi?
yeah, I was like the Tabaxi mix with the black armor guy. Yeah, the Tabaxi. Yeah.
The Tabaxi, and goes, is your can we talk to your friend? He's not responding to us.
No,
He's
yeah.
about to respond to Ozzy.
Yeah, and meanwhile, as you say that, like Ozzy's walking over instead.
Oh
Like
my god! And then I'm
Captain is just trying to like herd cats at this point. Just mass hysteria, one thing after the other.
And then I go up to Ozzy, behind Ozzy, because obviously there's this giant guy, then there's Ozzy, and then there's me behind him. Like,
Yeah, it's like a Verizon signal.
yeah. And I'm like, sir, do you mind just moving off to the side so that like the more other patrons can come in?
Roll persuasion. Because meanwhile, like Ozzy is not tall. Like he's intimidating looking, but he's as tall as Sin. Not that tall at all.
I forgot how to do this. Give me a second. Forgot how to.
The second roll of the session.
First one was a crit.
First one was a crit. Second one is
eight.
an 8. Sir, could you please move? It'd be so kind.
Sir, do you mind just moving real quick, just off to the side?
Yep. So as you do that, and he doesn't, like, Ozzy reaches out and grabs like his chest plate, and now everyone that is looking in that general direction to that conflict will see that Ozzy's hand is like the size of most people's chest. Like, it's just a huge hand, enough to grab like onto this plate.
I just whispered to him, "What's with him? Why is his hand so big?"
I say, I'm like,
He's a teenage boy. Why do you think?
I'm like, Ozzy, I appreciate your. Give me a second. I'm thinking of the words that Captain.
It feels right for Persuasion 8 to actually continue down that path.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine.
It's like, so as you know, Captios is stuttering over the words. Ozzy looks up to Mr. Bruderson and is like, Sin and Captios both told you to move, and we are very capable of moving you. So
It's
anyway.
true. He has a point. Yep, he's very true.
And Sin just sits back.
Yeah.
So I say, so sir, do you mind please just moving? Let's not make a scene. Just move out of the way.
So the Mr. Brutus in dark armor like goes to Ozzy, who's got a cowl on, like hood.
Yeah.
Pulls it back, so now everyone can see that Ozzy is like half of his face is Mr. Grim Dark Brute as well. Like, it looks burned over. One eye is larger than the other, has like a yellow, very demonic looking half of his face that he's been hiding. Grabs Ozzy by the hair and like to grab him to eye level, like mountain level, and starts walking across. So like Ozzy's like dangling there, and they're in this weird macho broodsman lock as they shift over to the right. The
Oh my
broodsman.
God. And does anyone come in?
That's a great question. Like, the tension in the air is like when two drunk people just want to fight because they don't like their existence. That's what cats and dogs situation is what you're looking at right now. How does everyone react to that? Because it looks like a bar brawl is a second away.
I would yell
Just
out to
move
unhand him.
behind the bar.
Yeah,
Take the chicken leg. Arr!
More food.
So I was about to kind of like maybe distract from that a little bit by just shouting free drinks at the bar really loudly.
Yeah, yay!
Filled the bar with like tankards.
Because you're
So-
doing the Greatest Showman. You're doing the
I'll be honest,
bar
I didn't
pour.
even check that this bar was like kind of empty. It wasn't like the busiest place. Like I just assumed there was more I wasn't looking at, and actually there's not that many people in here. So this was a really extreme call. But I shout that anyway, and I've basically spent the last few seconds of finishing that up eyeing my rapier under the bar in the break glass in case of bar fight kind of thing. Like,
So Rolf would yell at the figure to unhand Ozzy, like an
Like,
intimidating tone.
how? Like, explain this.
I'd be like, you better unhand him right now. You won't like what happens.
You won't like what happens. Roll intimidation. You won't like me when I'm angry. 26, very intimidating.
Oh man.
I don't like it when he's angry.
Yep. Like, electricity flickering off him, doing the whole entire, like, Thor thing.
Damn, Ralph.
Yeah, it's look,
Hell.
for 26, that is very intimidating. Like, he's going to destroy this entire tavern. Levels of aura of intimidation. So
I think it's fucking hilarious. I mean, look at Aussie right now.
yeah. Ozzy like doesn't have his feet on the ground. He's like a good shin kick away from this guy. But the person locks eye with Rolf, and Rolf roll insight. 14. With a 14, you are replied back with something that feels familiar, like Landsight, but somehow different. Kind of like a pumpkin spice has lots of things in it. You're now noticing the notes of nutmeg in this spicy conversation. Something very familiar. And with the familiarity, he drops like the hair grip of Ozzy, and Ozzy's still like claw gripped on his armor, so Ozzy's not about to let go. Not easily. He's kind of got the issue of like cat claws.
Mhm.
So he puts a foot on Bruderson and kicks off so he gets his hand free. But which puts him next to Captios.
Thank you.
But with the door now being open, the door opens, and the first thing that enters is not a person but an animal. A large dire wolf with red eyes.
Oh
And
shit!
More
Black
stuffy,
fur.
furry things. Oh no.
Yep. It's like, this is bad. Animals are not allowed in the tavern. And it just
No, more just like flashbacks to being a stuffed animal.
Yeah, oh yeah. Ruh, 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 ruh. Don't Billy Butcher this situation, please.
Oh.
All right, and
Have
after
I seen this direwolf before?
yes, you have, because this is one of the two wolves that killed you, and it's walking right towards you.
And I immediately you see me immediately freeze up and start fucking walking back to next to Rolf. Like I scamper almost back to where Rolf is.
And as first off, everyone reacts to you. Captios's first, an animal enters the bar. Large, think Game of Thrones. Direwolves are large creatures, and then Captios' immediate reaction is abject fear.
Cap, you alright?
Remember
Okay, buddy?
remember when I told you back in the village that some wolves tried to kill me?
Oh, it's this one.
It's fucking this one.
Do you want me to kill it? Should I kill it?
While you're thinking about,
I'm not even I'm afraid, right? Like,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing, like, it legitimately killed you. It's like fall on your face the first time. You now feel fear gravity.
Yeah.
But while you're having that conversation, Captios, you notice that someone else steps through, and it's Clemens. And one thing that you notice different about Clemens, and I believe Sin, you're not facing the wall or the door, so you wouldn't see him with your passive. Captios does. Rolf does. Roger absolutely does, because I'd imagine he's like, what the fuck's coming into my bar? Pyro might be, but I think he's like chowing down.
I'm
that-
just peeking over
Yeah.
with my eyes, and like a little bit of flames peeking over the bar. Just
just tearing into that food that you haven't had for a decade. Yeah,
but like I'm still interested in what's going on, so I'm just like peeking over,
Yep.
like cowering down.
And behind him is another wolf.
the other wolf that I know.
Yeah, the other wolf that you know. And then they settle in, like they just step in as things have, I guess, calmed down as a question mark. But for everyone else, this person is like young adult, like 20s, similar age to Captios. Dark hair, dark eyes, has a very like Jon Snow-esque cloak on. Looks, I don't know, doesn't look all that intimidating in nature, but has a good posture, good commanding posture.
I don't recognize this guy, right? Like,
I don't think you would. Now, I think the only people that would recognize him are Sin and Captios.
so I would be dumb enough to shout, "Oi, no dogs in here."
Yes, you would.
Yeah. Oi, oi, no dogs in here. Like, I was kind of, before the guy came through, I was going to throw the barrel at him. Like, I kind of scare him off, but...
So Captios.
I'm just like, you call those dogs? Those are a little bit bigger than dogs.
Yeah, they're biggins. However, go and roll persuasion. It is, for all intents and purposes, appears to be you're commanding of this bar, or at least you've got unlikely they'd be the main shift bartender. 16.
16.
Yeah. So the person that's there looks to Roger and says, "Is it okay if they wait outside?"
Yeah, there's a peg for him.
And then he's like, they won't be on a peg. But he looks down to the big one. He doesn't have to like, squat, and just kind of like ruffles their cheeks. And the white one steps out. And he looks at the one with the red eyes that looks totally like it's going to nom somebody's face off. And they just stare for a second. And then he also leaves.
Damn, Clemens commanding. He's like the alpha now.
Yep. So, the person approaches towards where Captios is. This is a pillar.
So now that the wolves are out of the bar, you see me like settle down for a sec, and I look at Clemens and I'm like, so "Did you bring them here to kill me again?"
Clemens just stands there as the western, air of static goes between them. And Clemens looks at Captios like, no, I came here because you asked for my help. I brought them so that we could help you.
At which point I'm like, give me a second. Trying to think exactly what he would say in return. Okay, so I'm like, but, okay. I'm just like, okay.
Okay.
Like, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, like, Captios is very flustered. Mr. Rational. How's everyone... For those that know him, which is like Sin and Rolf, I think Roger and Pyro... Pyro's probably like, food is good. Got a decade worth of eating ahead of it. Roger's like, this is my bar. This is by the far the weirdest day of work you've had. Like, it's a highly magical world. Weird shit happens.
I just sit at the table next to this barrel and just start reaching into it.
Who'd have thought that the stuffed animal part was the third weirdest part?
Gig just like looks over, like his shoulders are there, so it's like his neck shouldn't be able to turn as it does behind him into the side, and just
Oh God, that's creepy. Stop.
and then it keeps turning around until it looks back at Sin. He adds a few like snap crackle pops just to add an audible.
That's disgusting, Gig.
Spits lava.
A series. I want to start a series-long tradition of not looking at Gig.
Same here. I just don't want to be anywhere near him anymore.
Fair.
So I'm gonna approach Clemens now, and I'm literally just gonna like Captio style. So you basically just have like these two like scrawny wizards standing face to face with each other, basically kind of the same height, and you just see Captios like shove Clemens.
Yep.
Oh.
Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Oh God. Athletics.
2.
Oh.
All right, so
no.
go in true like nerd fight fashion, because at a 2, it's like exactly what it sounds like. Describe this.
So I go to push Clemens, and in doing so, I like push myself back and I'm just like, and I'm like trying to push him, and all that keeps happening is I just keep getting pushed back.
Like you're not using your footing at all. You're like,
Yeah,
who needs
exactly.
footing? If I do high knees, I can push, right? So I'm like, why? Why?
That's exactly right. And so I'm like, as I'm pushing him, I'm like, you are my best fucking friend.
Yeah,
And
kick
you
his
let-
ass, Cap.
As I'm pushing, she's saying that as I'm like
Yeah,
pushing.
and it's like high knees, high velocity. Yes. This time, all right. Go
You
ahead.
are my and you let them try to kill me.
So Clemens is just standing there,
Yeah.
getting pushed. You can just tell that he's waiting for Captius to finish.
And then you left. And then you just see Captius's wheels turning at all like the weird things that like have come up. And then you named the storm after me. And then you responded to my message, and you came here to help. What the fuck are you talking about?
So Clemens, there's like this air of silence, like get it all out, bro. Get it just.
And I'm like yelling.
Yeah.
And then at the very end, because like at that moment, because what I've now seen is Clemens commanding these wolves, but Clemens was never with them before, and like it's just everything's so confusing. And I'm like, and literally you just see me like go, I am so fucking confused, and I'm never confused as. And I finally just like get so tired, I just sit down on the chair here because this is like more exercise than I've done probably in my
And
life.
for everyone else, and the past 30 minutes at this bar has been, I think chaos is a good word.
Yeah.
That's not confusing. This is confusing for Captios.
Yes.
Clemens, waits for Captios to sit down.
And I'm just like, I'm just like, give me a second. And then I settle.
Okay. And Clemens just keeps that steady eye contact on Captios. Says, I don't know what to tell you. I take accountability for my subordinates' actions, and I'm here to help.
And then, see, and at this point, I also know that Paulo got me out of my deal with Gig.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I don't, like, to some extent, it's let bygones be bygones. And everything is kind of worked out at the end of it. Like, if you think about, like, for a second, Captios processing, like, when you think about Captios' life, this is actually the best time in his life, even though it's so chaotic. Because he's got a storm named after him. He's out of his deal with Gig. He's got a family, a crew. Yeah, Alexa and Solus left, so that's probably bad. But like, this is it. And so I literally stand up and I give Clemens a hug.
Yep.
Like
Yeah. Clemens totally gives you he's good hug giver. Just gives you a big hug, and then the tabaxi back there is like, oh, it's getting good.
I actually kind of want to lean in next to the tabaxi and be like, so what's their guy's deal?
I don't know, but it's nice.
Right.
Like that. Tabaxis aren't great. Well, I guess they are great conversationalists, but there's no substance to their conversations. Gig, however, totally, instead of backpedaling on feet, he's backpedaling and the chair is floating with him. So he's just kind of floating back towards Roger as the three of them are now conspiring together. And they don't have to look at each other because Gig's looking straight ahead too, and reaches behind his chair and pulls out a bag of legumes and just starts eating them.
And legumes don't smell great.
Nope.
Sprouted legumes don't smell great.
Horrible. And Gig starts just. So.
I'm just to Gig. Hey boss, can I have?
And he just starts throwing them with just popcorn to a friend, magic missile of legumes. It's so, tells Roger. The one with the wolves is Clemens. And he killed, ? And it's just a question mark, fire, dots the air, a sparkler, ? Killed Captios. But Captios wasn't sure if the wolves, he Sparkler's wolves, killed him, or if Clemens killed him. And now they're hugging it out. Eats legume.
Yeah.
I kind of nod my head. That actually helped. Understandably nods.
So while this is happening, I usher Clemens to a seat to sit near us, and I take my bag back from Rolf, and it's all obviously really tied tight because I'm this fucking tabaxi over here, and I sit down and I'm Clemens, there's a lot of shit going down in this world right now, and honestly, we need help. Everybody needs help, but we're trying to stop it, and we could use your help.
You got it. Although he does look around for a moment, and he looks at Rolf. Rolf's new to him.
Hey, buddy.
And I look and I say, who we're traveling with is Rolf. He's the vassal of the bronze dragon, a good dragon. I don't know if you heard, but there were reports that he'd been seen for the first time in 100 years. Yeah. He's with us in this, and kind of let me explain what we're thinking about. And I'm going to explain this in a way that I think Clemens is going to because again, like now Captios, yeah, he's foot and mouth, but he's also very perceptive in like how to, like, he's got like the what's it called, the guide on everyone, like, because in his memory, so
Yeah.
he's like,
Everyone's profile.
yeah, exactly.
Mm.
He's like, you and I both know that the dragons, the celestials, the infernals, they, you know, even though it's the third age, because the third age is pretty, we know what it's the third age, right?
Yeah.
They've been, whether we like it or not, they've been meddling in the affairs of us mortals for forever. And now the celestials want to just burn this whole thing down because they want to basically start over. They think we've gone too far. And I don't know, you know Sin, you know her backstory. Rolf, who's a good guy. And we're at the point now where we realize that the immortals have been meddling in our affairs for too long, and they've been forcing us to do their bidding, and then we take the blame, we take their wrath, even though they're the ones that made us do it in the first place. And I'm basically trying to connect with Clemens, like he knows his dad, like everything that happened with his dad, right? Like his dad was forced into the position he was forced into. His dad was all of those sorts of things, and I'm trying to bring that out. And I'm like, we want to stop it. We want them to stop meddling. We're going to take that power and we're going to figure out how to redistribute it to the mortals, the people that actually care about this place. None of these three immortal groups, the Trinity, actually care at all about the welfare and the well-being of Arhor'ha. They need to exist just because of that's like the constructs in which this world was created, but all they ever do is force us to do things for them, and now they're just mad that they forced us to do things and things happened and they're mad at those consequences. It's completely hypocritical, and we're out to stop it.
Gig's there in the background, just being like, "Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that happened. And that happened. Yep, they're an asshole. That person's an asshole. We're all just really, really powerful assholes."
You can say that again.
That's right. And then the
I mean,
next
I love
legume
you,
into
Gig,
Pyro
too,
like makes him choke.
That was a joke.
Roger's like, "No, these are devil legumes."
I
He just
do
ends
wanna
up with
ask-
the sunflower seeds event, like someone that just keeps on giving you sunflower seeds. Just
Mm.
you're getting them regardless.
Like Roger's already terrified of Gig, but it's like he's just not going to take the food. He is going to partake in the gossip. So he is then leaning in like, so what's Rolf's deal? What's happened to him? Like,
Are you asking Gig? Or are you asking just the in general?
I am asking Gig.
Yeah. And then like Gig like turns around and looks at you, Roger. Then looks at your seeds, your devil seeds, wondering why you're not partaking in the seed of the devil. Just.
You should probably take them. He'll do stuff to you. I just say very nervously.
Eat the fucking legumes.
Just not nervous for me, just more nervous for like his sake.
Just,
He might,
You should
he
probably-
might be turned into a bean and thrown into the sky,
yeah,
becoming
I
the
mean,
eternal sky bean.
Oh my god.
okay,
No.
That is your pirate king.
the second version of the tradition of just like waiting for the next bit of the Clemens Captius conversation.
Okay. So you hold off for the conversation to continue as Gig's like just giving you the
And
the hag eye.
And again, Captios, looks at Clemens and goes, I don't think I can do this without my family. And I basically look at Sin, Ozzy, and Rolf. And then I say, and my best friend.
Clemens is like, looks to Captios. It makes sense. Like, the greater good. And then he observes something. He's like, where's Alexa?
She
So-
left.
Clemens is just disbelief. Looks at Sin. Like, there's something inconsistent with Captio's statement and then Sin's statement. What do you mean she left?
I panically look over to Captios.
When we said that we wanted to take the power, and we didn't necessarily care if it was a violent overthrow of the Celestials. She could not stomach that, and left. And I don't know, because that's honestly what Captios thinks, right? Like he doesn't know what went through her mind. He can't comprehend that.
Yeah.
At the end, it was something about maybe the group we were with or something that convinced her that like she couldn't follow this path, and we don't know where she is. She just left
In the middle of the night.
But I'm telling you, Clemens, like what we are looking to do is the best thing for the world. And then I go on to explain like how much we know. So we know this is the celestial thing. How much, and out of character, how much do we know about the Elo thing? I can't remember.
Unless Captios is doing active research into that, not a whole lot. Yeah.
Yeah. So we really only know the celestial side of things, where like we know they want to burn everything down, because
I believe the celestial reset button.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was and I basically like explained that like they're gonna try to burn everything down, and I don't want to see. And then I look at him, everyone die. There's something better we can do here. And I can't, and then I look at him and I'm like, and I think, and I can't think through all the options by myself.
Clemens, like, I'm here to help. And I would be remiss not to bring up my father here, because you sound a lot like him right now.
Interesting. And I go, what do you mean?
Well, this is interesting. Lore for the newer players. But, yep, my father is painted as the person who tried to destroy the world, right?
Yeah.
By violence and trying to radically change it, which sounds a lot like what you're trying to do, because greater things were at stake. I'll help you, Captios, but I won't let you become like my father. He still has to atone for his sins, and he's locked in some prison where he never can actually pay for that. And if you're going to go down a path of violence, you too will have subject to justice. So as long as you're okay with paying for your sins, like, I'll help you.
Did your dad make the world better?
I don't know. He says, like, I honestly don't know. I also think that people try things, they don't always succeed.
You don't really have much of an option right now. It's either do something or die.
Gig's like, oh, these are good options.
And you know, at that point, Panger like walks up and like jumps on my lap. And I look at Clemens, because Clemens did Clemens see Paulo?
Yeah.
I don't remember. Clemens saw Paulo. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I go, the fact that I have Panger with me should tell you that I'm still trying to do good for this world. And I both respect and want to honor what you're saying here.
I think that the lessons that I learned from my father's journey, Clemens says, is that once you set down this path, you can't control it. Like, he looks over to Rolf's like, no offense, Rolf, but I don't know you very well. I don't know if you're going to betray Captios and then take his power and then do whatever it is you do. Because my brother did that to my father. Like, that's what I mean, Captios. Like, you set this down in motion, like, you're going to be responsible for it. And I'll help you. But I won't help you if you're going to make decisions that do harm the greater good, if you know what I mean.
And I hold out my hand for the handshake.
Yep.
And
they do that. They do the secret upper Crystallian like nerd handshake too.
That Clemens taught me like in secret, because I'm technically not know
just
it.
In case we're illusions. That's how you'll know it's us. Our secret handshake. Yeah. All right. So they do the secret handshake. I'm like, all right. Me and a small army of wolves are at your disposal then.
And I look at Roger and I go, how much to let the dogs in, the wolves in the place?
Hey
I
Roger,
correct
can
myself.
you make an
I correct
exception?
myself.
You also saw like Rolf go like Super Saiyan God of Lightning, like Blood of Zeus style.
Yeah.
Honestly, guys, this left my pay grade several actions ago.
And like
do what
legume,
you want, man.
legume,
I
legume.
offer Roger a
Intercepted,
seat.
just
I just imagine.
Yeah, it falls
into
off
my
his lap.
face, like it's-
Pyro's just on the floor like food.
like
Oh.
on my way into like the storage in the back. I'm just
And so I look. Go ahead.
Oh no,
Roger.
I was just gonna move away from Gig to be honest and start like cleaning up the bar.
Hey Roger, come sit down over here. Come have a drink with us.
Shrug, like what's at this point, like
this point,
the
yeah.
job's already two in question, so I just take a tankard and sit down as well.
It's like, I'm probably
Roger,
not gonna
as you
do
sit
well.
down, you get your tankard away from this shenanigans. You notice that something falls from the ceiling and lands in front of your table. It's a legume, and then another one, and another one, just like a water drop, but food.
Oh my god.
I love Gig.
I'm just gonna say that I'm gonna try and be the straight man of this conversation.
Yes.
It's just gonna continue to just bounce off me while I try and have a conversation.
Off your forehead, off your
as they
yeah, just
bounce
all
off,
over the place.
I just start grabbing them. I move over.
What's the shadowy figure thing doing, like the gigantic thing? Is it just like standing there watching us still, or?
Yeah, it's doing the strong, silent Bruderson thing.
Is
So
that guy with any of you? Who's that guy with? He's just here on his own.
I get this vague familiarity from him.
Like
I
you just see Sin, like your devil senses are tingling, and like out the corner of your eye, Gig's just smiling.
Is
all of these guys are with you, right? Like everyone in this quarter of the room. You
Oh,
are
no.
all in the group, right?
There's some
No.
randos here.
as is happening, I go I look at Clemens. I'm like, I'm gonna be scared for a little bit, but if the wolves want to come in, I think it's fine. And then the guy that's next to the door, that armor, is it at all like specific? Like, does it remind?
Captia has photographic memory. Fun fact.
Yeah.
So go ahead and give me an Arcana check at advantage to see if you've run across just in the past.
Yeah. In like a book or anything.
Yeah. 29.
29.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, that armor seems very familiar. Not the armor itself, like the way it's crafted, it's the material that it's made out of that comes to you, which is the same material that Gig has used in the past making dark weaponry and armor. It was first seen as far back as the Crystal Fellowship. So this is Gig crafted dark armor.
And the tobacco, is there anywhere that I would have seen like a tabaxi with someone like this, like in history, like?
Give me a history check at advantage. That one's a bit more obscure.
Yeah.
And your your intellect talent could also apply to you since
Yeah.
they're knowledge rolls. Yeah, 22 is a
Okay.
solid. I don't think 25 is going to get you a whole lot more.
Okay.
So to 20 plus to 25 or 24 rather. That's the herald, Gig's herald. You're actually wondering why this is one of the first times you've seen this character, but he's loud. He's a loud tabaxi that like harkens like a lord's entrance. He seems pretty useless. And your
Oh,
understanding of him is he is very useless, but he's here.
And so, okay, so I look at Clemens and Sin, and I say, because they're sitting across from me, I'm not going to turn next to Rolf like this. I'm gonna say basically, I think these are Gig's reinforcements of some sort.
So Ozzy grabs the seats are dwindling at the table.
Yeah.
Grabs one next to Sin, and his his cowls off, his hands out in the open, hands on the table. It's like
I'm just like, dude, what is with your hand?
he like just does like this, like there's a palm, like you would on a pool table, and just like scratches the wood and just stares at you.
It's maybe
He's having an issue.
Touchy topic.
yeah, it's just a little bit. I nudge Ozzy. Relax,
No,
dude.
I just moved
So-
the chair back like an inch.
So, Sin, give me, while you're having this, roll an insight check. And, for a different reason, Rolf or Captios, roll an insight check.
It's up to you, Rolf.
Okay. I clicked it. I think it's
4. Okay. That was for past knowledge of traveling with Ozzy. Unfortunately, Roger
Right.
Power would be outside that check. Sin, yours is different. Yours is for yourself, not Ozzy. And you notice there's a certain adrenaline in your system. Like when you listen to a really good song with a drum beat that really just revs you up, like it's getting your heart racing, a certain bloodlust.
Does it remind her?
Panic attack.
Like, yeah, like a panic attack.
Does it remind her of what was on the bird, like when we were on the bird, and the door blasted
yeah.
open?
You're on the bird and the door blast.
Remember when we were leaving the
when
sea?
Wrath was breaking free.
When
Yes.
Wrath was breaking free.
Yes, the Great Door. That's correct. Very similar. In fact, with that sort of roll of a 25 and a crit, you can line up to being the same.
Guys.
Also, because of that insight, and you're no dummy with that, it's probably affecting Ozzy a whole lot more than it's affecting you.
I like grab onto Ozzy's like shoulder, like concern. A little bit of concern. Ozzy, do you feel that as well? Okay, yeah. So, you guys, maybe we should, I don't know, Reth? I feel Reth right now, like a lot. Of like bad. I'm like holding Ozzy down, like, and you can also tell because like my hand is like getting like
Pyro.
You know.
Reth means something to you. You've been 10 years with Gig. You'd have heard Reth. His disastrous counterpart. Roger, Reth. Weirdest day ever.
My intro to Sin was as wild as I assumed it would be. Like,
All right. Yeah, I think we should probably get out of here if we can. Single entrance sort of place. Don't really want no way to get out.
Mm-hmm. Keep in mind, since you walked in, New Haven, it has a lot of natural defenses. Think like protos,
yeah.
pylons, like defense shields, little magical floating gems that shoot the pew pews. So it's not it's not defenseless.
And those are Paulos.
Those are Paulos,
right?
so yeah. So it's like if someone's pet project was to reinforce a lazy little town, you get New Haven.
Right.
Okay.
Nice.
what's going on? Sorry, guys. This is Roger.
End of the
asking.
world stuff.
This is Roger in character, like what?
Yeah, like,
right?
End of the world stuff, Roger. Keep up.
To the world. I
Like
just
right
got
now.
Do you see our motley crew of people around us? What else could summon this group together?
So a big bad thing has
Demon.
demon is just it just happens to be out, and I mean honestly just happened to feel it around. Possibly, yep.
It's like
Oh, like now.
It's like how
Like
some
you feel
Like
Yeah.
right fucking now. Like
Okay.
It's like how some people get empowered by alcohol. They get that same feeling when they're around this demon. And I look at Clemens and I'm like, all the defenses here are Paulo's defenses. So I'm a little bit worried if they're starting to feel Wrath nearby. We need to get out of this old tavern.
Clemens thinks, yeah, but the defenses here. And he goes like full like war game mode back with like Capius back in the day when it was just a game and not real life with real people's lives. It's like but the defenses are far enough out. If they're feeling them from this close in, they are close to the perimeter. The perimeter is strong, but I worry about, and he points over to the people who are like, effectively the Roger effect. Everyone else in this tavern is like, what the fuck? It's like, but there are townsfolk here. Like, they're innocent bystanders. Like, if we just leave, what happens to them?
We don't leave. We need to get them as far away from the perimeter then as possible.
Okay.
an entire town of people. You want to. Why would Wrath be coming here anyway?
Gigs
That's
like Lagoon.
That's actually a great question. Why would Wrath be coming here?
I turn in my chair and I look at Gig.
I just turn towards Gig very suspiciously.
And he like uses like a dart and like, phew! Legume.
Mag. It would make sense for him to come after Gig, which it would also make sense why these guys are here too. Oh man, we're in a lot of trouble, aren't we? Capio says out loud.
You seriously need to. You had to make a little bodyguard party for yourself because you're afraid of Wrath.
I just look at him very. So that's why you took me out of the stuffed animal.
That would make sense.
He takes a fistful of legumes and goes.
And I look at Sin and I go, we need to try our best to get people out of here. Otherwise, they could all die. If Wrath is actually pinging on Gig or pinging on Ozzy or pinging on you, that's not a good thing. He will destroy everything here and everyone here.
How? If he comes, what are we supposed to do then? Fight the thing?
What if he breaks through, Captios?
Are these defenses anything like the plant defenses?
They're stronger, but yeah. Like, Paulo didn't have as much time, like a month, to set up the ones in Ursa Minor, which was the plant defenses. He's been spending years on these.
Got it. There's got to be a control room somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm. More than one.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
I'm trying to think through, like, what Paulo would have told me. Or, like, given how Paulo set up how I've seen him work the plant defenses, how he would have set up these defenses almost, right? Like
similar. Like, you're to make the to skip ahead a bit, it would be you're looking for towers that give you visual representation, like line of sight benefits. Where you'd likely go either for awareness of situations like divination, or more offensive things like evocation or abjuration.
I think we need to figure out where he is and move away from there. Get people away from there. Even if, like, if he approaches the perimeter and the perimeter can hold him off, there's still going to be significant damage done to that section of the perimeter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I look at Clemens and I'm like, you've spent more time in New Haven than I have, and how these defenses, do you think they can hold if literally Wrath comes after them? Paulo spent a long time.
So Clemens, who is a pretty good expert on matters of Wrath and Gig, says, if we're in Arhor'ha, there isn't a single thing that could stop a force that is pure destruction. The question is, how long does it take for it to break through a boulder?
Fair enough. Is there somewhere that the townspeople can go? We are right by the Great Seal, so I can't imagine this town is without an evacuation plan or something.
We can use, there are a few, knowing that what he knows. It's like there's one underground that goes from the Targaryen Manor to here. That's safe, that's underground. There's above ground, like, I have enough wolves at my disposal to evacuate them in the hundreds. But I don't have a wolf for every single person.
I feel like putting people underground would be a lot smarter, considering how the town is pretty much going to be destroyed eventually when this thing breaks through.
It's a narrow passage. It's meant for, like, pilgrims, not mass evacuations, though. So
if you line people up.
Yes. So, like, Gig is like, yes. Like, people patiently waiting not to die. What could go wrong?
The DMV.
Walmart Black Friday.
I'd say too soon, but very soon.
I've been here about 6 weeks. Do I know if there's some kind of, like, bunker or something that people can go hide in?
No. Like, you're too near the town, unfortunately.
All right.
Like,
Captios.
People that have lived here for a while do. Yeah.
Hey, Captios.
Yeah.
Sorry. What if we take the bait away? Do you think we could draw him away?
Do we know what if we are sure that what he's going after is, and I wave my hand at Gig, Sin, and Ozzy, like, then
Gig just waves back. Legumes make their own way into his mouth, like boop.
And we could just run.
But where? And if that's the case, we're just gonna keep this is
Running
gonna be
forever. Yeah.
Forever. Fuck.
Is there anything in New Haven, Clemens, that you know of that could reseal Gig or put him back in the seal for a period of time?
Clemens thinks, is there anything here that could reseal Reth? He shakes his head. It's like that entire place is an artifact. We have to... He thinks and does like the thinky thing. It's like,
Wow.
we have to take them apart bit by bit and then seal those away. As he is, if he's completely out, just as a full entity, it's like bottling a tornado. But you can bottle bottles of water and ship those.
What I'm hearing Clemens say is we break Reth.
Can you break the ultimate breaker?
Ryder's like, I woke up this morning thinking the biggest problem would be the shortage of eggs in the kitchen.
I mean,
Is there a way to maybe, if we can't kill him outright, is there a way to like disable him, like put him to sleep indefinitely?
Gig looks at the former Mr. Nutterbutter. Smiles. Mm-hmm.
Is there a way? All right, Captius is gonna go into his mind palace and see if you have a demon, right? Like what are the ways?
Yeah,
or a devil. What are the ways that you can almost incapacitate a demon or a devil? And if there is none, we'll figure it out from there.
Yeah, but they're still bound by their planar rules, right? So you can defeat one.
Yeah.
The problem is like the idea of what is dead becomes a problem. So it's like once you break all of their bones, they can't do anything with their body. You throw that in a genie bottle.
Yep. Yeah. Okay.
But what Clemens is mentioning is like there isn't a genie bottle large enough in Aurora to handle him as is. That bottle got broken.
Yeah.
Just to ask, what are like the other patrons? How are they? Are we talking in hushed tones? I'm assuming we're talking in hushed tones.
I imagine this group is loud as fuck.
Because I was really about to go like last orders just to kind of clear the place a minute, but I'm also not trying to start a mass panic.
Yeah, the other people that are there, they're totally listening. Are like, I've lost my appetite, and if it wasn't for the big guy in the front, I'd be making a dash to the door.
Okay. I mean, I would maybe indicate that maybe we should just like evacuate the city. Presumably people have at least some plans for
I
that.
agree. I fucking agree.
Maybe we should move this into the other room so they don't get freaked out more than they already are.
Gig looks back.
It
think
sounds
that's
like
what
we
it
popped
failed.
that. Yeah, we popped that bottle open. Like I feel like right now it's like, do we use these guys as the first warners?
Roger, I think you're right. We need some
Like recruit them to get the townspeople ready to do whatever.
out of character. We need some Paul Revere's in this bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Get on a spirit wolf and ride.
You're right. I think we do need to warn the town. Clemens, where's the location of this underground passage?
He points like objectively because like we're in a building.
Yeah.
It's like it's in He looks around like, wait a second. This is rebuilt. It's this tavern. There's only one tavern in New Haven, and it's back in the kitchen.
Roger,
So
you didn't know
we're
this?
at the entrance right now.
Yeah, you're at the entrance right now, where you are right now.
Like, I was gonna ask, like, surely I know somewhere that like has like some guards patrolling it.
Nope.
Like the security bit, you don't go near it. But there's literally like I just never opened that door. Like,
it's worded, but yeah,
Roger.
It's an illusion.
yeah.
The patrons in this building who can move the fastest?
Yeah, that was exactly what I was gonna ask. Who's the most trustworthy? Who's the one that's not like just a drunkard that's here every day, but someone that I know that could like be taken seriously when he runs out shouting "wolf" or whatever.
While on a wolf.
Wolf was the metaphor.
Yeah. Clemens looks like, well, I mean, not offended. There will be wolves
tabaxi.
everywhere. The tabaxi.
Who would trust them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking about the patrons in the bar right now. Is there someone that I would go I've seen him a few times. He's like.
They all look, they're all respectable townsfolk that were born here, lived here, have kids here.
Okay.
So they're like your neighbors. Their word carries enough weight as much as it would in a Styx town.
We need to send one to the Targaryen Manor and start filing people through. And that first person basically needs to let the other side know that there's a lot of people coming.
Okay.
We're about to have a refugee crisis on our hands for all intents and purposes.
Oh, never mind.
Do I remember any of their names? Can I be very serious with these guys as I go over to them?
Yeah, you can even make up their names.
All right. Okay. I'll mainly go to Quentin over here.
Quentin, got it.
Yeah. I was and I go, Quentin, this is really serious. I need you to go. Sorry, Captius. Where did he need to go?
To the Targaryen Manor in Crystallis. The underground passage will take him there.
I need you to go to the Targaryen Manor in Crystallis, and you need to take the underground passages. We are going to be in serious trouble if you don't do that now. Just finish your drink and go.
Yeah. So Quentin, go ahead and roll persuasion.
Ooh.
While he's doing that, how fast does Reth move? Like Ozzy fast?
It depends on how much strength he has. He's pretty slow. Like Tarask, depending on how large he is, Tarask level. Like fighting a Titan.
Got it.
Yeah. 21. Well, I suppose so. And he just stands up and has his tankard. It's like, I'm gonna need this liquid courage.
And I say, Clemens, do you know if he can take a wolf through the passageway, or is that not big enough?
So Clemens looks to Captius like, well, the wolves are incorporeal. They want to be, so that's fine. Yeah.
But I also want to send Simon to maybe some kind of town's guard.
That's fair. Send Simon, who he was sitting with.
Maybe the third guy to just the town square, just to get the people
Literally,
aware.
Yeah, that was exactly it.
Yeah.
Just go start evacuating the streets or something like that.
With that persuasion that goes with, it's like, well, if Quentin's going, Simon's going. And like, yeah, good friends forever.
And I go to Clemens and I'm like, let's get this passageway open.
Clemens like, okay.
Where is this passageway? I ask.
It's in the kitchen.
Yeah, it's in the kitchen in the
Kitchen.
back. So Clemens goes with Captios, and I'll do
And Sin's coming too. Sin's like, I'm coming.
I see more food in the back, and
Oh yeah.
I call Roger over. Come on, you're gonna miss out.
Yeah, I kind of dive over the bar, grabbing my rapier that's stuck under it.
you out.
Oh, no.
The Pirates of the Caribbean music starts playing.
I don't want to be this guy, but I don't think I took my bag full of supplies to work. I think I've got my rapier with me, and I should be thankful for it.
That's like my tavern shotgun, right?
As a bar worker, I'm definitely wearing leather armor right now. That's obviously, and
yeah, there's no shortage of food in the tavern from that aspect. So it looks like a majority of the group, looks like everyone went. We'll say that, Gig's being obnoxious behind you. Ozzy's hanging back so that he can brood with the Brooderson in the back. And you go into this storehouse, and it looks like a storehouse. Something that Rogers had to go through multiple times a day. Nothing big. Except for you start going towards some of these crates in the back, and he points out, there's a hatch down there on top of all these crates. It's like and you look down, it looks just like the tiling, the flooring.
Yep.
So you do have to, open it and move all this crap out of the way.
Let's move this crap out of the way.
All right.
Form a little assembly line, just pass it down and out the door.
Sure.
Okay. So Sin, make another insight check.
Fuck. Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay. The feeling's getting closer. Those drums of war are quite audible in your heartbeat.
Okay, so when that happens, I walk up and I kind of like look at these boxes. And I kind of like tap one with my. I kind of tap one with my foot. Does it seem like they're all filled with things, or are they just boxes of?
Most of those are either half empty or full empty on that side. Like if you were to push it from the outside, like it would raise enough to know that there's someone on the other side. If they're not like stock full of grain.
Can I just swing Wraith at it?
You can go ahead and roll to hit.
Okay. Right.
Okay. Reckless wraithing. So everyone that has not seen Sin swing Wraith around, the best mental image is a sledgehammer made from hell. And and
Yeah.
go ahead. You'll shatter everything. Like just
Yeah.
flowers everywhere, legumes burning, apples roasted, just wood crates burning as they leave your mall.
I'm dead.
So-
I'm actually dead.
I'm not going back to work anymore.
So I get that feeling of breath, and I just step forward, and I just take Wraith, and I just come swinging down on all these boxes, and it all just goes everywhere. And then I kind of like step back, and I put Wraith over my shoulder, and like, problem solved. He's coming. We gotta go. We gotta go. Yeah, like right now.
Clemens looks to Captios like.
It's okay,
So much
Roger,
for
you're not gonna die yet.
the assembly line idea.
No,
All
I
right,
think
how do
they
we-
went
how
with
do we-
the expedited assembly line, the de-assembly line.
How do we
breaking
open
line.
this passageway?
Well, I mean, Clemens is all of his like lordly poise is kind of like, well, that happened. Let's clear out the clutter, and there's a handle we can open about the center. So you gotta search for it, unless we have a Targaryen with us.
Start pushing stuff aside.
Yeah. Do
All
we
right.
have a fucking Targaryen with us? I look around. I'm like, I guess not. And then we start.
I'm sure
Go ahead
fucking
and
dumb
someone can roll investigation to find the entrance.
Captious?
Since we're all searching, does anyone have investigation as a? Are we still doing that, Buck? Where
Yeah.
multiple people are? Okay.
I have a proficiency.
Cool.
I also have a proficiency.
Good.
So
I
it's-
was
At the very least, someone's rolling an advantage to
Yeah.
represent the group's check. Well then, yeah, you don't have a problem finding it. It's in like this corner, so effectively this room's the hatch is there.
Cool.
So it doesn't seem to be there because it is warded illusion, but you find the handle, you can pull it open, hatch that goes straight down.
And Clemens, on the other side, do we need anything in order to open it?
Either Targaryen or the two of us are going to have to break a ward. That could take some time.
When you say that could take some time, how long are we talking?
I've never tried to break a Targaryen blood ward, so I don't know.
Could you send a message to? Because we saw Ty in the cave. Could
Or Willis? I could maybe
or
send it to Willis.
Send it to Willis, maybe. Yeah.
How far away are they?
Yeah,
but
how-
maybe they could send a message to somebody at the manor. I don't know. I don't know how you guys do your dumb fucking sending magic shit. and I walk out.
So, as you guys are having this conversation, you notice, totally like a horror film, I think Roger's the first one to book it around the corner, that Mr. Bruderson is like just staring at the other end.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to go look outside when there was a lull in conversation for a second.
Oh,
I'd
yeah,
like to go and look out the front door, please.
You could, yeah.
I really,
He won't-
I just
he
felt
won't
like
stop
we
you.
don't really have a sit rep of what's going on outside.
Yeah, well, Quentin and Simon are having him. So let me do scene 2 with Roger. So as everyone's discussing how to address the single file evacuation plan, Roger, this nice theater of the mind, the grass is nice and green. It's dark outside, but the aurora gives nice lights of like yellow and orange and blue against the grass, and then you look up and there's this matrix of energy showing that the wards are totally activated in a half dome over the town. And give me a perception.
Oh God.
Oh, yes, that +2.
Oh, 18, solid.
18.
You spot, because like something's dotting the line, like making stars twinkle in the night, that there's something scurrying on top of the dome. Not just one, but many, kind of like a swarm of black ants. They're just scurrying over the defenses.
I don't want to take too much time with this, but is anyone reacting to this outside? Like, we've already sent people out to like warn people.
Yeah, I mean, Quentin and Simon have like they're gone, like they're running in their respective directions.
Is anyone like around on the street, kind of looking up at this or noticing this or?
No, everyone currently is inside their damn houses. There's no one out in the streets currently. Like, you would assume that people are getting their belongings to fucking get out of Dodge.
Yeah, I was kind of banking on them doing that. Okay, I'm just gonna call for Rolf.
Okay. Well, as that happens in like the Rolf thing, like Mr. Brood, like that's the back door, Rolf.
Oh, that's the back door.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's not locked. I mean, but you won't be able to see him.
I didn't know where he went. Like he was like next to us, and then like he went up or down.
He skidooted. He went south.
Yeah.
Yep.
You all seem busy with magic. I don't understand.
So.
Yeah, I call Rolf because he's the authority figure to me at the moment, and I kind of just tell, like, there's some spider things in the sky.
Let's go walk back and tell Captios. Captios might know what to do.
And let me remove this artificial door so that you can actually go outside.
Are the wolves reacting to things at all?
The wolves are sitting like statues and being very obedient and just guarding the tavern. There's also, because you're outside, several other wolves that are spirit-ass just running about like a wolf playground, like a frozen tundra.
Cool.
A dog park.
Dog park.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. New Haven's become a dog park for spectral wolves.
So as I get back, I'm like, hey Captios, there's some like things scurrying across the shield in the sky, and there's a lot of them, and it does not look good. Does not look good.
So I run out quick just to take a peek and run back.
Down.
Down.
Well, I mean, you can go out the back and look straight
the,
up. I mean,
it's out the front door, or is it in the courtyard, this green area?
Out the front door.
I presume you could
is
see it.
up.
Yeah, I presume you could see it from wherever you wanted to look, because it's upwards. Like it's like they're like climbing over the shields.
All right, so I'm gonna run through like again. I like powwowing with Clemens just real quick, being like, "Is this something that we know about Reth at all?" Like, let's think about what we've read in books about. So
Captios or Clemens looks to Captios and says, "Well, yeah. Back at the Great Seal, there were these small fragments that looked like, I guess tar is the best way of putting it, like the smallest fragments, Rethlings. They look a lot like that description. That would check out."
So these Rethlings are probably small enough that the wards, they can just get around the wards. Like
I think it's more of an issue
that.
Yeah, I think it's more of an issue that if you get enough of them, you're gonna overload the wards. Like there's a limit. We're gonna bury this. They're gonna bury this town in sand if there is that many of them.
So like endgame.
There you go.
Or like yeah.
Yep.
All right, so Salmon, is there in this tavern, is there like a siren of any sort?
Like a church bell or
church
There
bells?
Mm-hmm. There is.
Raid kind of thing.
There is. Yep.
Is
There's
it up
one-
the stairs?
It is not up the stairs. There is. It's out. Roger would know this one because it's very. You can't like not know where that is.
Didn't I make a joke about there being a last orders bell like on the bar, like just like you ring a bell like
yeah, last call. Well, there's the last call for that, and then there is like the town bell equivalent, which is ironically, Roger, you can see it, right here. No one else can, because you'd have to step outside to view it. But this thing right here.
Yeah, I mean that. If no one's evacuating, that was something I was gonna go do.
Yep.
Let's make it happen, Roger. Let's make it fucking.
All right, so I guess you guys don't have to tell me. I'm freaking out about the fact no one's reacting anyway. you just start hearing a bell from outside.
Yeah. So the bell tower for where that is, you have to climb up. And Roger, the first thing you get when you get up there to ring the bell is that there is someone who is already up there.
Okay.
It's a she, and she has long white hair and currently is holding a bow, pointed down the street, and it is an elf. Now, Auroran lore, elves are bloodthirsty savages or religious zealots, so it's kind of like coming on the equivalent of
And nowhere
a
to tell by
cultist,
looking,
right?
presumably.
And
Like,
she's like kind of like looks at you as you like peek your head up through the stairs is the first thing.
Ring the bell. The city's under attack.
She looks at you and just like, you ring the bell. Like, I'm making sure that nothing comes down the street.
All right, I'll ring the bell.
Okay, then you ring the bell.
Yank it at the rope.
It is not this dude over here, so it is this lady right here. She looks a bit like this.
Shit, Sin, you know who that is, right?
I've seen that artwork.
Wait, she was with Clemens in the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
The one shot, yeah.
Yep. She was.
Yeah.
She was there because of Delandris.
All the wolves are here.
Team Wolf.
Team Wolf.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Team
So
Wolf.
there's a
From
few
home.
different things going on. So let's parse it out. Scene 1, Scene
Yep.
2. Scene 1, tavern party. Tavern party was trying to figure out what's going on with the evacuation plan. We're gonna call it Team Roger. Team What the Fuck. Team Alert the town. Just is ringing the bell. So tavern party. Segue back to you. You hear the bell ringing. Dong dong dong. Which by the way, Sin, you don't need a roll for this. When you start hearing the bell ringing, you become like really agitated. Like,
Okay.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Good luck, Sin.
Do I see her getting agitated?
You do with a 5. Okay.
Wait. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say I wanted to cast something on her as she was.
Yeah, you can see her getting agitated. Like she just did a rail of like raw caffeine.
Got it. I'm going to cast. I'm gonna cast Intellect Fortress on her.
Okay.
New Tasha's Cauldron of Everything.
Great. Well, since that book is like, I don't know, days old, you have to tell me what that
Yeah.
does.
Yeah, no. Thankfully, it was actually. I just copied and pasted.
Mhm.
So I can cast it on someone else.
So resist. Okay. Advantage to saving throws and resist psychic damage. Fantastic.
So you got an 8. Great. Fantastic. But
I'm sorry.
I casted it before. Like I saw you getting agitated. I cast it. I'm not like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would it last for an hour too? So
Yes. So,
Okay.
Sin, the problem is that you are not berserking, but you are now raging. So, drop a rage, and you
Oh,
are
no.
full rage mode. Also, probably a little bit more direct. You don't see him. You hear a
Ozzy?
crashing. Yeah. Some in the main dining hall.
Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm gonna break this bench right in front of me.
All right,
I'm
you
gonna
break.
just, like,
So the bells start ringing. It's kind of like having a migraine, and someone's just like going, "Wah! Ah!" Bench breaks. You don't have to roll it. So now you've got a broken bench. Bells are ringing. Mass hysteria. Reactions. Tavern party.
this is not good.
We are in bad shit right now. And I look at Clemens and I go, if we sent Sin and Ozzy down this route, could we use
They'd probably destroy the damn ladder. Clement says.
Fair enough. I was thinking on the other side they would destroy the wards.
They
without-
probably would too, and then we all have to like jump down several hundred feet with our
Fair
feet.
enough. Yeah. Well, good call. I'm panicking.
Okay, I'm panicking too.
Maybe
Since-
it's time for us to get away from this influence. Cap.
Yeah. I think that makes sense. What's I don't want to go first because then we're gonna leave all the townspeople, but we have to go first. Otherwise, no one's going to be able to get on the other side. Clemens, do you still have the Targaryen blood that was probably given to you in order to create the Captios storm?
Captios. Clemens says to God, just too many C's. Clemens says to Captios, "No, I used it for the ritual." And meanwhile, Mr. Bruderson is blockaded because he's a big boy, and Sin's batching benches. So he's just standing there staring at Captios.
Who's Mr. Bruderson?
This guy.
Oh, got it.
Black Armor Bruderson.
Clemens, do you think it's best if we go down first?
Well, hang on. This weirdo is staring at you. I don't know. Maybe he has something to say.
And I turn to him. I'm like, "Do you have something to say?"
Or
standing
there.
The person looks at Gig. Roll an insight check on Captios.
Fantastic.
And while you're doing that, let me fix the cameras.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I just went to unmute quietly. I was trying to do the right thing.
It's don't be mad. It's fine. It's a good time to roll. 7. All right, nothing.
Do we hear the bell
Fantastic.
ringing?
Yeah, the bell ringing is what set Sin off.
Yeah.
I honestly thought I'd TPK'd the party with a bit of roleplay there. Sorry. As soon as it was make a wisdom save, I was like, oh no.
Different version of Toll the Bell.
Out of context, Sin's a breaker, and so she has a lot of ref influence with her.
Yeah.
And also Ozzy. So that's why me and Ozzy are kind of reacting aggressively as Reth is come in.
That's right. They are riled up. They're like their infernal sources are burning up. So, insight check. No, nothing. Nothing. So the creature. So you missed the insight piece, but the creature takes off its helmet, and it's got thick silver scales, and it's dragonborn. And you've seen this one, and since you have photographic memory, Captius, you recognize this as Sigwald Targaryen. So that would be Ty's father, Willis's father.
And Clemens would recognize him.
And
too.
Clemens recognizes it as well, and is like. I imagine, I'd say if Roger was here, it'd be weirdest day ever.
And I look at Rolf and I go, "That's Sigwald Targaryen, the patriarch of the Targaryen line."
And I yelled at him.
So the Sigwald, now that he's got a non-broody name, Sigwald looks at Rolf. Where the fuck is Rolf? There he is. Who's very close and just doesn't say anything, just silently stares at him, and steps forward to move him out of the way.
Yeah, and we all just get out of the way.
And he goes and he wordlessly opens up the hatch.
So if we send Sigwald first with the tabaxi, because obviously it feels like, where's the tabaxi, by the way? We look around.
He's stealing things from the main dining hall.
Just okay.
Anything that's not locked down.
Got it. If we send Sigwald first, Clemens, he can unward the other side. Mm-hmm. All then we have to do is hold this place long enough until the last minute, and then we close down. We jump inside and we close it. Thinking through this, I don't do Clemens and I think that if we close the hatch on and it rewards, I imagine, because this hatch I imagine has been opened before.
Mm-hmm. Over time. Mm-hmm.
It would reward. Reth wouldn't be able to get in.
Correct.
Because the whole great game.
Blah
blah blah.
Correct,
Okay.
Mundo.
So I think in that sense, that's that has to be our game plan.
It. Yeah. Yeah.
I agree,
anything
Captius.
right now sounds like a good idea to just hit things.
And get everyone out of here if possible.
Let me go get Roger.
Let me go get Roger.
Yeah. All right. All right. So Roger, the bell, the evacuation party. You have rung this bell. Pretty straightforward. There's a rope. You ring the bell.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see all the shenanigans. You hear. Actually, make a perception. See if you hear Sin being rage monster.
Which is like
over a loud tolling bell. 10. You do not. So
right.
you're now up here in this tower, with, well, this guy isn't here. Let me move him around. With this elf.
Yeah. I mean, I was just gonna ask her, have you got this? You all right?
She's like, yes, I'm fine.
Cool,
She's
great.
very, very stoic.
Just go back down the tower. Just
Okay.
she's got that, and I head back down the tower.
All right. Because
Actually-
of the quickness of that, if you're where are you going? You get back to the tavern.
Well, I was just gonna go out of the tower, and I want to look up and down the street. Are people now reacting, or is this...
Yes.
Okay.
Now people are in like panic mode.
Oh shit.
Like they're getting anything that they think that they need. They're looking to, however, leave town.
I knew it.
So like they're using the roads to like
Yeah.
leave from the roads, not the evacuation plan.
Oh, okay. I mean, I was expecting that anyway, because people are people when they panic.
Oh yeah, they're like 5-year-olds.
Yeah. Does anyone even remotely important? Is anyone even remotely important standing around
No.
right now, or
No.
even amongst the running?
Farmers, like
Yeah.
day tellers.
Okay.
No. There's not like the mayor or like the
Yeah.
marshal running around.
No one in a guard's outfit. All right.
I mean, there's somewhere around there. There's militiamen walking around.
I mean, I'm not gonna start running off just into the chaos. People are reacting. That was what I wanted. I head back to the tavern, I guess.
All right, that was pretty quick. So you would be, I'll put you where you are. Like you would meet Rolf at about there. Like,
Well, or what are those two? Are those two guys just like running around that he told Quentin and Sam or whatever? Okay.
yeah. Well, now their job is slightly easier. In that
Yeah.
the bell is tolling.
And they're telling people to come back to the tavern or no?
They're attempting to. Yeah.
Okay, got it. So we may or may not get people.
Okay.
So
I don't think I conveyed the plan in the best way, to be honest.
Did you run back and tell us that?
Well, right now that's what we're doing right now. Like Roger
Yeah,
has.
so
right.
I'm literally running into Rolf. Like, I've rang the bell. People are starting to move.
okay, great. Let's do you want to come with us? I mean, it puts your life in danger, but it might save your life at the same time.
Honestly, he gives a bit of like a sort of like slightly sarcastic but slightly sincere, like aye, Captain, and just kind of like.
And as you have that heartfelt moment, you see the Tabaxi running between like the inn rooms, just
in the background is just popping into shot, just grabbing things.
just grabbing things.
Come on,
Time
Ozzy.
to loot and riot.
It's like
Call
yeah.
for Ozzy to come too, so he's not just.
I mean,
Sitting.
currently you'll like Roger would have ran past like a broken table, chairs everywhere. Like Ozzy's not in a conversational mood. He's just.
I was wondering if he'd just been brooding on the chair for like.
Nope. So like he doesn't attack Roger or anything on the way in, but he's got a bone to pick with all the furniture in the room. Just
Fair enough.
smashing
Let's
it.
leave him be.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool.
So-
And just follow you.
Sin's got a bone to pick with the furniture in this room, so it's like from.
So Ozzy's breaking stuff in the other room.
Roger, you're back. What are we seeing out there?
Honestly, people are panicking. They're starting to funnel this way, though.
Are they coming here? They know to come to the tavern?
That's what's being shouted outside.
I could get people to come here with like a sign or something. I could like use minor illusion to make a sign outside, be like, "Escape here, escape hatch here."
Arrow down.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, Pyro. I knew
Please.
Gig released you for a reason.
Gig's like, did I?
I go out
Oh.
the front door and just work on making that happen.
All right.
Great.
Okay, so
Here now.
Pyro keeps the magical illusion of like eat at Joe's, escape at this tavern.
like a classic 50s neon sign
Yeah.
flashing.
Escape here. Down.
I look at Clemens and I go, I don't want your wolves to be put in danger where they could get sacrificed for our us being here. So if it comes down to it, Clemens, you get the heck out.
Clemens like, I appreciate that, and I'm not too sure what happened to the wolves if something happened to me. So I have no intention of putting myself in enough danger that I would die, because I don't know what that's going to happen to everyone else. That said, I can offer that for those that are not following directions, I can send my wolves after them, and I'm pretty sure they'll move faster on my wolves than not. I could disperse them to go look for stragglers.
like little sheepdogs.
Yeah.
Like little sheepdogs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Big teethy sheepdogs.
That makes sense. It's saving the most people, and we can always escape at the end if needed.
They're tireless too, so they can keep running straight to dawn.
Fantastic. Women and children first, Clemens. Women and children
first. As like Sin, woman is like destroying walls. That's
Yeah.
I mean, more methods of entry for the people to go through. So
that's true. And I look at Sin. And I'm like, hey Sin, can you just destroy the entire doorway? All these doorways.
Yeah.
There is a second floor. There are stairs upward. Don't put it out there.
Yeah, just make sure everything's structurally
just not
integrows.
To structurally destroy.
Just have the roof
just collapse on us.
So not hit things or hit things.
Hit specific things.
Make the doors just
bigger.
2 people sized. Yeah.
Is Ozzy like, to me, does Ozzy look in any way guidable? Not in terms of going too near.
No, he's like a rabid dog.
Yeah,
literally frothing, practically frothing at the mouth.
Could you direct that rabid dog into a direction? Like, is that?
You can. I mean, you can. This is D&D. You can try anything.
No, he looks. Pretty but I was thinking like maybe A, reinforcements, and B, a way through here that's easily accessible. That's maybe got less bits of furniture in the way.
It's a good idea. Like if they're asking Ozzy that, he's like, "Oh!"
Roger's thinking internally, but
you see him take a table and like just flip it. It hits the ceiling, breaks, and comes down.
Okay. Shutters closed, doors open is just the path I'm taking. I'm just running shutters closed on windows, but getting doors open.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Waving people in, maybe.
Yep, people are starting to file in.
Oh, God.
We're just directing them down.
Mm-hmm.
I look at Pyro and I say, Pyro, I need you to direct them down. Rolf and Clemens, we need to go up top and see we need to get like a panoramic view of what's going on. So where that bell is probably the only tower in the tavern, right?
It's the only
outside the tavern.
It's outside the tavern.
Oh,
It's the closest
like
watchtower.
Tower over here.
Let's go to the watchtower, Captius.
All right.
All right. So
wait. Sin's about to say something.
What?
I don't know.
Do you just? I want to hit things with this great club. So wherever that's going to be, you direct me to that location.
Absolutely.
Before I hit one of you with my great club.
Sin, I need you to protect the line of people on the ground. That means you're probably going to have to hit things as they come for these people. Probably those Wrethlings. That being said, just be careful. You know, your whole great club made of Wreth, whatnot. If you find it's not working, we'll find another way to.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Sounds like a solid plan. Out front or back or here? And she points to the door it's closest to.
Pyro's
Where they're coming in from?
Well, I'm directing traffic from like the main entrance to the tavern.
So I guess out here then.
Is that where the line is? I don't know where the line is coming from.
The line
will eventually be coming from here-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I don't see that far. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Because you're outside. Like you as Captius cannot see that. Yeah.
They're coming from the front door.
Yes.
Not from
the back door. They're coming from the main road in.
And the front door is also where the watchtower is. How to get to the watchtower.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's head out that way.
Okay.
Pyro, I'm gonna need you to stand at the entrance, protect the entrance to the tavern, and direct people where to go once they're in the tavern.
I've been here making my.
I didn't even know that you were gone. I'm literally talking.
He's talking to himself. It's like you look over like the half dotted lines up where Pyro once was.
Just like a little puff of smoke.
Yeah.
From my hair.
Follow the trail. That's how you find him.
All right.
Can we do anything about this guy smashing up the place? Is that dealable with at all?
No.
Hang on.
I feel like that may like get in the way of people getting through.
That's definitely
terrify
that's
people.
a hazard.
I step into
Health
the
and
main
safety,
room.
guys.
Where is he? Where is this guy?
Ah!
Ozzy! You're coming with me. We're gonna fight some shit. Stop breaking chairs.
He just like lifts up like the table, and not in the center, like on one edge, just lifts it straight up like a baseball bat, and then just like chucks it. Actually, Chuck said it's sin.
Again.
So how do you
I'm gonna swing at it like a fucking baseball.
Yeah, go roll
I
to
look
hit.
inside. I'm like, oh, I hope whoever owns this place has some insurance.
Devil
And
insurance.
I'm raging now, so that's.
Yep, go ahead and roll to hit. Recklessly hit this. Oh yeah, you break it baseball bat style against ball. Yeah. There's not a sound table left.
Oh my god.
Ozzy,
Alright.
come on, we gotta go now. Yes, I'm pissed off too, but let's kill some Wrethlings.
All right, so because Aurora, go roll persuasion.
Okay.
So I think there's two really good ways that this is gonna.
Oh!
All right. So you get the less funny version, but the more helpful version. So you could definitely tell in the eyes of Ozzy that he might just Kool-Aid man through that wall, but he decides not to. Neatly.
Damn.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. Instead, like, just runs out, assuming that like Sin's gonna do the same thing. He's kind of upset that there's nothing out there to attack. In true barbarian fashion.
Is it this way or are we going through the other here, right?
That's the correct
This is
way.
the door, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
It's like, wave hello.
Yep, and there's like townsfolk that are, you can hear them along the ding ding, and they go in their house, they're getting things. They have these huge backpacks of crap on their back, and the women and the children and the cousins, the kids, and the goats, all making their way down this main road. Mass hysteria. Captios. Actually, yeah, Captios, you have the most perception. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Also, Buck, I don't know if this is how it's supposed to be, but I can't really see that far.
That is your natural human vision, unless you have dark vision.
Cool.
Yeah, so you got the darkness going on here.
Yeah.
So that's a 12. But what I will do is I'll extend that out quite a bit so that you can see more things at a dim.
I appreciate that. That's very helpful. Because right now I'm just staring at everything and I'm like,
I imagine Rolf has got something very similar in that everything is like super dark. Yeah, let me give you 120, but dim it at 20 so that you can at least see what the hell is going on as a player.
Thank you, Buck.
No problem. Okay. Everyone else that's got dark vision, you got the straight 60 and just deal with it. So
Mine just turns red. That's the only difference. My dark vision is just red.
Red vision, predator vision. All right.
Yeah.
So at 12, you start to notice that there's a flickering in the wards above you.
Rolf,
Hey, Cap.
fuck the watchtower. The wards are about to go down.
Gig looks over at Captios and he does like this and then like does this and it creates a strong silver thread and lets it go. It's like a dangling hair.
I know. We're hanging on to a very fine thread. We get it, Gig.
It
But-
burns up.
But if you didn't want to help, you wouldn't be here. And so, at the very least, I know that you give a shit about what we do. So, joke all you want, but I don't think you want Wrath showing up either.
He thinks about that. Does the best Paolo think he possibly can. It's like, I don't know, Captios. Like, there's a lot of raw materials here that we could use for your ambitions. There are other options to consider. Just gonna throw that out there. And where is Clemens? Clemens is not here, thankfully, to hear that.
I promised Clemens I would do it for the greater good, and until it seems that that's the only way to make this work, we're not doing that. We're not going down that path, Gig.
Got it.
We're not going down that path.
As you
Gig's
say,
just gonna be clipping souls, isn't he? Fuck.
As you say that, you see like a dot from the sky fall and hit the ground at terminal velocity, right in front of everyone. It looks like this.
I can't Can you like double click? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Why have we seen these? Wait, where have we seen these before?
They're Wrethlings.
Yeah, but I feel like I've seen
The
this.
Jacob White's Manor.
Yeah.
That's
Photographic
right.
memory, yes. Jacob White's Manor. Yep.
Reality tears.
Oh. So it like, and like a big old drop of tar, just splat. It's the ground.
Ew.
Yep.
Alright.
Black ichor that's on the ground that the townsfolk that are running are casually, avoiding.
Okay. Sin.
I'm attack
Attack a
Raging,
puddle! Yeah.
it. Yeah. Okay. Rage, fire, boom. Two attacks. I've got math.
Yep. Oh, don't worry about it. Everyone just sees her in like anime comical fashion, like splat, 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 like tar blood everywhere.
Oh.
Just beating the shit out of it on the ground. Mm-hmm.
So you don't need it. Numbers.
Don't. Yep. Just doesn't appear to be moving any more than it was before. Squashing
Tar
a
is
bug.
flammable. Can I just like burn it?
Do you want to
Use a
burn it?
Firebolt.
Yep. Go roll a hit. Burn this fucking thing.
Where is my character sheet? Need to pull it up. Ah.
Fire was the only way we could burn the bodies last time, so.
And now like there's a good arrow from like the watchtower as the ranger up there like shoots it. Like everyone's attacking this thing.
And
Except for Roger. Roger's like, I'm smartly not talking this thing. I'm staying far away from the black tar of weirdness.
Yeah.
And is Clemens anywhere here? No, not
No,
yet.
he's in the tavern currently, like directing the people.
Got it.
The wolves are outside.
Who is up in the air? Like, who's up in the watchtower, I say out loud?
So you say who's up in the watchtower, and the roll perception, the seer first.
Because we saw the arrow come down, right?
Yeah.
So it's like...
All right. So firebolt at the tar puddle.
Yep.
And...
Good. Oh yeah, it hits. Oddly enough, because you are an expert at fire. Thanks, Nita. You are an expert at fire. It's resistant to fire. Like it burns even less. Like you expect the tar to burn. It's the exact opposite effect. Like you were attacking water. And an arrow hits this thing, and you call out. Hair billowing like superhero style. And she's got a lot of it. It's like, I am Zana of the Wolf Tribe. Do not worry. I am here to protect you. She tells Captios this. And like all seriousness.
Are you Zana of the Wolf Tribe? Are you here with Clemens?
Yes. Clemens von Wolfgeist is a staunch ally of the Wolf Tribes. As she lets another arrow into this fucking thing as it gets beaten up and burned.
And Captios looks back and just waves at the wolves back there, and I assumed so. Thank you for your help.
Another arrow.
So is this thing on the ground? Is it just dead? Like, what's it doing?
It's doing a whole lot of nothing. Like it's just
Okay.
it's just a goop. It's becoming more and more like goop the more that,
People just keep hitting.
as like the two barb tieflings are like just going ham on it, and Pyro's like lighting it up like a sparkler.
And
Am I right in assuming like this thing fell from through the shield over the
Yes.
right?
yeah,
Up.
the wards have fallen.
Or falling, yeah.
Falling. The wards are breaking.
All right. Well, while you mull over that fact, two more fall.
Are they moving? Wait.
Splat.
Okay, got it. I look at Rolf, Sin, everyone around. I'm like, if it comes to it, you guys go through that passage, and you close the door behind you. Deal?
Why are you talking?
You're coming with us, Captios.
Why are you talking like you're gonna stay behind? That's not how this works.
We don't leave family behind.
No, I appreciate that. I wasn't saying I was going to be behind too. I was coming with you guys. I just
Gig like laughs.
Like I would let myself die.
God.
I say, we go through. If you cannot get through in time, run as fast as you fucking can.
As one like lands like right behind Captios as he makes his speech.
And you hear me go as I'm finishing my speech. I'm like,
that could have hurt a lot if it landed on me.
All right, and I say, if the wards are breaking, we defend the people. Zana, the wolf tribe woman, is up there shooting arrows, which is great. But we're down on the ground, and we're protecting the people here until we can't protect anymore, and then we got to get out of here.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, Sin, you are still raging, not zerking. Give me an insight check.
20?
Yes. So you well, sense is the better word. Breath's here. Like, although there is this huge canopy of a half dome and a ward, and things are falling from it like tar from the sky. It's like when you notice that there are eyes on you, you feel Reth's eyes are on you. He's not close. He is here.
Oh my god. Yeah, Reth is here, you guys. Somewhere. Like, here.
And then, as you say that, you notice that everyone else, that light matrix, that nice little hex grid that's above you, like silver lines in the night sky, start twinkling out.
It's like fucking Voldemort in Harry Potter, that like that scene, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I think we should get ourselves out of here. I think the time has come, Captios.
Running sounds like a good idea. I like running.
How have the people not got to the tavern yet? Honestly, this is the worst evacuation I've ever seen.
This is still people are running towards the tavern
at this point.
This is literally worse than the evacuation of the boats that my fleet sank in, and like apparently 3 people survived that. So,
oh dear God! Well, for all the chaos, people are running through the streets. They are going through the taverns. You have dozens of people, single file, going down into your tavern.
That's all right.
And my sign's working.
At this point, can we just take a quick bio break?
Yeah. So we're at like 5:15. Let's come back at 5:30 to give everyone 13 minutes.
Perfect.
And I will switch over the stream to chat, and I'll hang out. Now that doesn't really help at all. It's the same thing.
Everyone's got covers handy for their cameras.
I don't have covers.
I wasn't prepped.
Let's see here. Let's add the party picture. Our season cast.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Okie doke. Let's remove this. Boom! There we go. It's got the season 9 work. So our video is off. Our audio is still on. Let me give a few shout outs to those that are watching with us here today. Thanks, Anita, for the sub. I'm glad that you get a chance to watch us do nerdy shit together and also play Phasmo. We haven't played Phasmo in a couple weeks, though. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks, Io, for swinging by. Harry Potter references. We're on bio breaks now. Thanks, Kyle, for swinging by. Spider-Ref. That's right. Does what a spider does. And Baka. I'd say and Del, but he's currently, in this session. How you guys feeling?
Pretty good. I mean, I'm still getting used to the whole interface because I've never done Roll20 before. So.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a curve to it. There are still like little tricks. Yeah. The most fun thing about the tokens, if you left click and hold and drag, like I'll grab Pirate for a second. If you left click, hold and drag, you can right click and create these waypoints. Very helpful when you're trying to like figure out how to move around things.
Also, I have like the where the cameras would be in Roll20, so I don't know how to get rid of that.
The cameras?
Yeah, like it has like DM, Sin, Captios. Like
that's in your settings, bro. You can.
The thing's down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go over to the cog at the end. There's like I can't remember what it's called, but it's literally just got enable chat avatars. You can just. Oh no, yeah. Or you can, and below that you can put it as names only and stuff.
Yeah, we're providing good background fodder noise for Kyle's moving
There
efforts.
we go.
Welcome to Roll20 Tech Tips. It's Roger.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah. I quite like Roll20 though. Like honestly, 2 years ago, if you'd asked me in person, like, oh, would you ever play D&D, like run a game for strangers, like, and I would have been like, well, no, that's ridiculous. And I fell deep into the online D&D world this year with lockdown and everything, and like. Yeah, it's like now, like I've literally just ran groups for strangers. I've taken a complete 180. I'm gonna find it really hard to go eventually back to like pen and paper. I'm very theater of the mind normally, and having
I can never do pen and paper. I'd lose track of everything in like 2 seconds.
Having Roll20, just like, you know, I feel like I can improv more because now I can just throw a map up and everyone bounces off it, and I'm like, yeah, I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, Roll20 it's really good. Like, it's for different things. The thing I miss most of in person is the props. Like the idea of you can hand something out and feel it, and you have a lot of more improv that way. But online, honestly, it streamlines so much stuff too. They're very visual and spatial, and allows you to lean into theater easier.
Used Tabletop Simulator.
Yeah.
That's what I've used mostly. So
that Fantasy Ground Roll20. There's a few more that are coming out too. I think Dungeon Fog is doing one specifically for World Anvil that's very similar to Roll20. But there's been a lot of virtual tabletops.
I played a game on what's it, Foundry?
Yeah.
And I felt like the only difference was that it was prettier. Like the UI was prettier.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I felt like that was a big part of what you're paying for. That's not an experienced thing. And like, don't get me wrong, it was a lot prettier. Like, it might be worth that money, but as far as I could tell as a player, it felt very much the same, but with a prettier character sheet and a nice sound when you rolled the dice.
Yeah, and that's the good part. Before things like Roll20, there was things like Map Tools, but it was a Java client, so yuck. Everyone had to have it set up that way. They've come a long way in virtual tabletops. I'm impressed. And it looks like everyone is back. So, hey, Buck, making a character for the first time, but interested and found some others. Oh, very cool. Very excited for you, Neil. Welcome to D&D. Obviously, it's like the best. Just once you get ahead of it, it's like a Pringles. You can't stop. So we're back. We're back. We had our bio. What's up?
The early bio.
Early bio. Yeah, quick bio. As we're just for time wise, normally it's like an hour for like the role play piece of it, get your grounds. A lot of fun. Didn't want to stop it, but we're now an hour and a half in, and we're getting to call like the second part of the session, dealing with this conflict. Things are falling from the sky, quite literally. The wards just broke, and we'll reset scene there with the reactions to the wards at least above you have since broken.
Out of character, can we all get in a circle like the Avengers and stare up?
Yeah.
Camera pans round.
Yeah.
except it's like on a recorder because.
All right. So that I don't blast out your speakers. Audio check for Roll20 music. Take a moment to adjust so that you can actually hear, and we'll continue from there.
Wait, that's in Roll20.
Yeah, it's coming out from your browser.
Oh.
Now we'll do just a smidgen. There we go. Down to there. Until I'm over it, it's on repeat. There you go.
Fantastic. All right. Are we jumping back in, or?
We're jumping back in. It's reactions to the sky is falling.
It is full.
Yeah, guys, the sky is falling.
Very observant.
What are the black wrathlings doing?
Falling mostly, and then staying splattered on the ground currently.
They're splattering.
Yeah, they're coming
Someone
down.
like
It's like
one
rain.
of them, make sure that they're like dead.
The problem is
They're
that they're
dead.
coming down now in such mass that the people who are evacuating down the streets, like,
Are getting hit?
They're getting hit. Dozens of them are getting hit like siege weaponry now at this point. So there's been a good couple dozen have made their way into the tavern, but this is a town evacuation. So you've got dozens more coming.
I'm gonna run back. So did Clemens already dispatched his wolves to
Yes.
get people. We've got people coming in as they can, but there aren't that many people actually coming into the tavern at this point because they're all getting hit by these breathlings.
There's just less now.
There's just less now. Okay.
Yeah.
How many
think of
people
it
would you
as
say have
your
gotten in so far.
Your loss rate, a couple dozen. So, like you've seen a few dozen go in already. If you need an actual number, it's a number between 20 and 50. That said, you're about 30% of the people making their way to you are not making it now.
Okay, that's a better way of visualizing. Because I was gonna say we keep using the word dozens, but I don't know out of what. Like I don't know.
Yeah, like
out
what's the
of,
general population?
Yeah,
of
it's
the
like
entire
dozens
town?
is great. If this is a
It's a
50-man town, but
Yeah.
if it's like thousands strong, then
It's
we're
not like
really doing a
what is it?
bad
Medieval,
job.
it's not medieval Paris, right? This is a town, so you can expect population estimate between 1 and 3,000 people to be on the high side, but they're distributed out across widely.
Yeah.
So they also have to run from the other end of town to get to you.
Like the Prancing Pony from the Lord of the Rings, where
Pretty-
they go.
mhm.
It's like that,
Yeah.
that like muddy town.
Got
is
it.
what
Yeah,
this is like.
We're talking hundreds then. I'm uneasy
Yeah.
about this already.
As in, like, there aren't that many left to save.
How about this? You've evacuated less than 10% so far.
Mm.
I'll give you
with
that.
with the wolves, because the wolves can do it asynchronously even if we leave.
Yeah, and the wolves are doing it whatever way they'll get them out safely. Like if people
So they
aren't
don't all
coming,
have to come towards us. They can go into the woods or something.
yes. In fact, I'll make, because I know that the keeping people alive is near and dear. What I'll give you is an evacuation counter.
Oh yeah.
Why
Love
was
to hear
that so
that.
negatively?
Your evacuation percentage is 10%.
In okay, and Buck, just out of character, I'm going to, as Capios, like during evacuations, like what percentage of people like in the medieval times or whatever would have been evacuated. I'm gonna actually try to look that up, unless you want to give me like an estimate that you're comfortable with.
I mean, so what's the goal here? It's figuring out what comfort level is for evacuation.
Yeah, like what's the like
No,
if there was a hurricane of to come through, like what's the average percentage of the town that would get evacuated in the first place?
In medieval, highly magical medieval settings.
Exactly.
I mean, you're still looking at a high percentage, like 70% or higher. The problem is going to be that 30% is going to be due to violence, infighting, mass hysteria,
So
and
if
then
we
it drops
see,
from there.
got it. So if we assume 30% of people are dying because these wrethlings are just falling on them, what a terrible way to go, by the way.
Yeah.
Like,
Very
Alright,
sticky.
Yeah, you were pancaked because literally someone took like the watering can of death over the ants of the city, and like a few of them got wet, and that's death.
yeah.
So
That.
it is. Ooh, no,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say it's an X on forehead kind of deal then. Like this is we save the ones we can save. Like if someone's like crushed under one of these things, X on the forehead and move on to the next one because we can't.
Well,
do them.
that's what I'm trying to figure out. 30% are gone from that. 30% are going to be gone just because we wouldn't have been able to save them, or from violence and infighting or whatnot. We're talking about maximum 40% of people that we're going to probably be able to save, assuming there's some intersection between those two groups, but like whatever.
low,
We don't
let's do
include those. It just makes our mental math feel better.
Hey Cap, it's
Yeah.
also, you could look at it as we're all saving everyone, because if without us they might not be surviving. They hunkered down, so anyone we can save is a total life save, not like a
10% is better than 0% at this point.
exactly.
So
Let's
as
brush off
everyone's
on morale
powwowing
before we
during
go
the-
to, like,
the
let's-
tar raid, like Gig is
Did I
just
freeze up?
like just what
Yeah, you froze.
you froze up, yeah.
I was just. Let's brush off our moral compass when we have time to. Like, this is actively happening.
It is actively
Yeah.
happening. Meanwhile, Gig is just like skating across the. Oh, you're back. Skating across the townsfolk, just gathering souls, like a fisherman with a fish net, literally an ethereal net, just grabbing things. Like, yay! Why does death magically appear every time breath is near?
Given what we know about Gig and Reth, what would happen if Gig and Reth confronted each other?
Bad, very bad.
Bad for
stuff.
him, or bad for us, or bad for
It'd
the
be
entire
bad for
just
Gig, bad for Reth, bad for Arhor'ha. Like the thing that Clement mentioned is you take off parts to take care of something of this magnitude. And it's like the head and the body are separated. Putting the head on the body just sounds like a bad idea. Like you're going the exact opposite direction.
Got it. And then, given that what we know about Reth, if we were to like fight him a little bit, wear him down, and then get out, he would be able to build that strength back up.
Unless you seal it, yeah.
So we need to figure out a way to seal it.
Mm-hmm.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
Death by 1,000
of
cuts.
which one cut will happen today.
Hopefully.
If that's your goal, yes.
I don't know. I'm asking everyone around. Is that our goal?
Yeah.
Or
Since
Okay.
like just splatter in tar. Yes.
Whack.
Okay, so I'm going to go back inside, and I'm going to say, guys, watch your heads. I'm going to go back inside to where Clemens is. Because
Yep.
at this point,
Clemens
there's
is,
like...
ushering
okay.
the people.
And I'm
I
going to
guess
say,
Hip is trying as well, but yeah.
we need to figure out a way, if we're able to get a piece of breath, to seal it away. Do you have any ideas? Let's powwow this for about 20 seconds.
Okay, ideas. High level magic. Banishment. Gig. Did you get any magical items since I talked to you last that's good at sealing things?
No, but I have a book that's good at knowing things.
Okay. That's
And
good.
The Tabaxi, where's the
The
whatever.
Tabaxi, he's like
Tabaxi.
he's ushering people in.
Got it.
Questionably helpful.
I'm gonna go into another room away from him because I don't want him to see this book, right?
Fair
Like
enough.
that's. And I say, Clemens, come here real quick.
Clemens joins you.
And I'm gonna basically, like, ask the book, is there anything in New Haven that can help us seal Wrath right now?
Okay, you asked that question, and in true, like, Harry Potter fashion, like the words burn onto the book, and you're not gonna like the answer, but that's what it says back. That's what's in New Haven right now that can seal it.
Fantastic. And I look at Clemens and I'm like, Apollo gave me this book. It's basically a all-knowing sort of thing from him. He's
Oh.
dead, by the way, so we can't.
He was
really-
about to say, how's he? Oh.
Yeah. For various reasons. And okay, let's go. Let's go talk
like-
to Gig.
Boundaries. Okay.
This is our last night, Clemens.
It's been so long. Hip is like, yes. All right, so you go back out.
And where's Gig at this point? He's
He's just like ice skating, like having a grand old time ice skating around, collecting dead people.
And I go to Gig and I go,
He skates on by.
Gig, if we can cut off a piece of Wrath, how do you feel about sealing him? Sealing that piece?
How do I feel about that? As he holds up like a dead townsperson, it's like makes his mouth move. How do you think I should feel about that? I think you should help. Throws him down. Never liked him. Then looks at Pyro. It's like,
I just start cowering.
Then he looks over at where's Roger?
Roger's
behind him.
running- Roger's trying to run people into the tavern. Roger's still kind of keeping on that. I felt like the team talk was not inspiring. I'm pretty scared.
I think I'm scared. It's how do I feel about that?
And I look at Gig and I go, I mean, you obviously got
He
rid
does
of one
the
stuffed
sound
animal.
thing. He's like,
Ah,
I feel good. Looks at Captios.
You're supposed to sing the next line.
I also feel good.
Looks to Sin. That's great! Looks to Rolf.
I feel good.
Looks Capios.
I think we all feel good, Sid. I think we all feel good. You do this, what you get out of it, you get rep. You get pieces
I was trying to
of
get
rep.
a musical out of it, Captios. I mean, that's like, I guess I'll half seal him then. So it sounds like a fair deal.
And then I look at him and I say, if you seal ref,
deal?
I will write you one song for your musical. I'm not saying it's going to be good.
He's like, you're a bad negotiator, as we know.
Agreed.
He kind of winks at him. So what I would like, and he pulls out like a parchment out of nowhere, is that I would like a song written, performed, and directed by Captios, and I need you to play all of the parts. There will be dancing.
I asked Gig, should I start making up the playbill now?
Yes.
Just make some.
I look at Sin and Rolf and I'm like, he's the only thing that can seal Wrath.
The terms seem fair.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Whatever. Yep.
It's just a
Okay.
musical.
It's sorry, it's one song. I can't remember what he said. I mean, I can't remember. Captios can, but I can't.
Yeah. It's one musical number, written, directed, performed by Captios. There will be dancing.
Wait, who's creating? Oh, I'm writing.
You do everything. Yeah, it's like
The singing, the
One man
dancing,
show.
and the
everything. It's a
writing.
one-man show.
You can do it, Cap.
Meanwhile,
I see your
as he's like
drawings.
thinking this, like it's just raining. It's raining refs.
I was gonna say this conversation's going on. Roger's just running.
Yeah.
He's grabbing people. He's getting covered in bits of tar. He's getting
Yeah.
murdered.
And then I look at Clemens and I go, Clemens, I'm not going to do this if you don't feel comfortable with it. With you feel with Gig.
I think you've got a perfectly fine singing voice. Oh, and he looks at Gig. Yeah. Oh, Gig thing. I think we're out of options.
Reader,
Like,
go
I'm
ahead.
not super comfortable splat with it, but dire times.
And then I say, Gig, fuck it. And
All right. That's settled. What piece are we chopping off?
So Gig looks up to the half dome as it's collapsing, and you see a hand like reaching on through like a bear, like Winnie the Pooh through a honey pot. It's like, how about a hand? And Gig flies up, and he's gone. Gig's gone. He just flew upwards.
Sin, I don't want to ask you to follow him, because you can fly, but, we don't know what the fuck he's doing up there.
Fly.
Flame
And
on.
fiery. Flame on. I get fucking fiery, and I, hold on to Wraith, and I guess.
Pyro, how's that make you feel? She flames on and flies away.
And just as an update, how much of the evacuation has progressed through this
Try
entire
it.
time?
Here you go. I'll update the tracker. 60%.
Oh God.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess it's gonna be ground team and air team. Air team, Sin team. All right, so you fly up, and Gig. He's just flying straight up. Nothing. Well, Peter Pan like practically. He's like, yay!
Can I try to catch up with them?
Yeah, you catch
Okay.
up with him. Yeah.
So I catch up with them as we're flying up there, and I look over to him like, please tell me you have like a plan other than just running into this with your scythe.
And like he's totally like trying to hide the gigantic scythe behind him as he's flying. It like peeks over his head because it's larger than he is. Like, no, I've got a plan.
All right, what's the plan, Gig?
I'm gonna go up there and hit him with a scythe really hard.
All right, well, I'm going to hit it harder than you.
Oh, are you now?
It would be
Well,
hilarious if Ozzy was there with them, just like joins
Oh
them.
my God.
just holding on to Gig's foot. Ah!
He uses his big hand to fly.
You should have taken Ozzy. Well, he can't fly though.
He can't
Fuck.
fly. Yeah.
Ozzy can fly. Ozzy was flying everywhere to Jason.
Oh yeah, he can. He's
Oh,
not
yeah.
currently. He's
Look
down
at
there.
Ozzy.
Yeah, Ozzy is like just bashing the tar mindlessly. Like he's got the bloodshot eyes like a dog that's got onto caffeine and dark chocolate at the same time. Okay, go ahead, Rolf. What's up?
No, I was just saying like.
Oh, okay, yeah, got it. Okay, fair enough. Oh yeah, Ozzy's on the ground, just being Ozzy. So the two of them are up. Tell me why there's devils in the sky. I don't know. It's happening. All right, you fly up there, and there is a large hand up there. Go ahead, Sin. Make an attack. Go attack this hand.
Okay.
People are dying. They are dying. All right.
Oh, I hit it.
So
Oh, there we go.
the way that this plays out is that you hit this hand with your club, and it's the digits are as big as your torso, and Sin's not very big anyway, but like wide. So you hear a nice resounding crack as you like crash into a thumb and index finger. This big old scythe comes out and he looks like shit-eating grin at Sin, like I win, and like chops it off at the wrist. And then and so everyone else will just see the equivalent of like a helicopter falling down, right? It starts as a blob and then it gets bigger as it approaches the ground. Gig then also kind of like fixes the ward, and now there's that silver light, and then there's red light where he kind of like stucco patches the damn
Of course.
thing.
Gig the builder.
Gig the builder. He builds.
Can he fix it?
He's like Fix-It Felix of the Auroran world, only he's a devil. Everyone else, reactions to 1, let me update the evacuation counter. More people have escaped. There you go.
Yay!
Yay!
2.
Given the percentage of this town, I'm running in like single people at a time.
He's just grabbing him and go out! Go down! Stop fighting! Actually, give me a persuasion roll for how well you're organizing these people, Roger.
Okay. I've been running around for a while and interjecting with that. Could I get some kind of advantage?
Oh, yeah. It's been your main focus. You can roll advantage. It's like a non-combat encounter for you. Give me 3 separate rolls, all at advantage. So 21,
Good advantage.
22, and 23.
Oh.
So you're keeping people from bickering that want to get first. Have my kid go first. I'm like, you'll be perfectly fine. So you're very calming presence. You're reducing that 30% of people murdering each other for survival. Okay.
Neat. Yeah, a lot of it is just mostly running, grabbing people, kind of push them
Like,
in the direction.
less talking, more walking.
Yeah, the ones that are kind of falling over, not the ones that are getting directly hit, although I'm probably trying to check on some of them. Like, the ones that aren't getting directly hit and just getting knocked over, I'm kind of getting back up and helping them run in.
Yeah. Keeping that assembly line.
Getting in the dirt of it, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, we'll give that counter an upwards tick. So now the your lower, that 30% is reduced from chaos. Good job.
Oh, nice.
So the chaos has been greatly reduced with those rolls. That said, welcome to chaos. This thing hits the ground.
Welcome to chaos.
Am I able to tell like where the hand is eventually going to be landing, so I can get anyone who's in there?
You absolutely can. Everyone can see that. The trajectory of the hand, and where it's going to land.
It's the thing all the way on the right. Is that right?
It's this thing right here.
Yeah.
Yep. So, yep, Pyre, you absolutely see the helicopter blob of doom, a hand, making its way. And you say you want to get people out of the way?
I want to be people in that area. Like you need to move, so you don't have the Prometheus effects.
Yeah.
Of the people getting crushed underneath.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll
Putting
persuasion.
escape arrows.
Persuasion.
Follow this line, like it's at the movie theater. Yeah. Absolutely. No one gets harmed by the landing of the handing. However, it does go splat. And unlike the other things, it does not seem dead.
Ah.
So it's just like a hand that's like...
It starts as a hand, like a very handy hand, but then you start hearing this loud crunching sound, like bones popping, and then grinding, and then cracking, and then crackling, and then the wet ichor of gurgling, and then this hand glows like a tumor on top of it. Then two dotted eyes, and this big grin as it
Guys.
pulls itself out of the crater that it's created.
My hair starts nervously burning.
Also, to make things worse, the things that are on the ground that were beaten to tar also are gurgling and getting up.
Oh.
So I need everyone. First, I need to know what your initiative orders are. So I know that you've decided on them. I just need to know what they are.
Roger, so the way we do initiative groups is the lowest roll rolls. I think that's probably Dell.
Yeah, I'm a 0.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say ahead and should have noticed this lack of synergy earlier, but I get I get to add my charisma roll to my initiative in initiative groups. I'm not sure what that
For
helps.
bonuses that apply to you, such as like the alert feed or Rakus Audacity, it applies to your entire group.
All right, neat. So
we get a
we get a
bonus.
collective +2.
Nice.
Cool. So now we're at +2. I think that 3 of us are in the group, and then it's Sin and Pyro are in the group.
Yes.
So I'll need the full names of each 4. So let's start with the first group.
Captios, Rolf, Clemens,
And Roger.
and Roger.
Okay, I got that added.
Team
All right.
Mayhem.
Team Mayhem. And then next one?
CR.
Sin, Pyro, Gig, Ozzy. Team Fire.
Yes.
Team Fire.
Dear God, that looks mayhem. Okay.
That also looks like Mayhem, that's true.
It's Pogs and CR. CR squared.
Got it.
Let's do it.
All right, so there's your evacuation counter. There's one other thing I need to add. Destruction level.
Oh, fantastic. It's
Is
classic
this out
rat.
of 10 or is it like unknown?
It's an unknown.
Unknown.
Higher is worse.
Okay. Higher is worse.
Higher
So
is
it's
worse.
not like golf. Got it.
Yeah,
Oh,
opposite.
it is like golf. It is like golf.
Yeah. You passed par. Okay.
What's our handicap?
Mine is not wearing my armor to work, but I...
All right. So, I need an initiative roll, and I gotta get these enemies in here too.
20.
Nice.
Because we get the +2 from
Yep.
Yep.
Roger.
What's your initiative, Pyro?
2.
Okay, so you'll roll our initiative then.
All right.
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
pressure.
5.
Whoa.
Okay.
Which actually makes sense because Sin is up in the air and Pirate is scared.
Yeah. That's true.
Nothing slower to respond than air support.
Yeah.
Sorry, that shouldn't be as funny as it is.
That's right.
Ozzy's up in the air too, right?
No, Ozzy's on the
No.
ground.
Okay, so me and him are the only ones on the ground, so we're like half of
Yeah.
our team.
So, yep, Cap, Rolf, Clem, and Roger get to go first, and everyone there is on the ground.
What's Panger's on my shoulder? What's his reaction? Like I'm looking at him, how's he handling?
He's tails are up, like he's like, "Ah! Meow!" He's not happy with it.
Fantastic. I'm not happy either, Panger. I'm not happy either.
Meow! So actions. You have a series of these things that are reanimating.
Yep.
What about that one that we had like beaten up and burned already?
Oh, it's pulp, but it is also reanimating.
Oh, that's
boy.
really bad news. Oh man.
It seems that just beating it down isn't enough to just contain it. You're just incapacitating them.
Yeah.
So the ones with the X's are down still, and the ones without them are up.
Have come back, yeah. So the concerning one is the one that's next to Sin and Ozzy. Like Ozzy was just like everyone was going to town on this one right here. In fact, I'll put a little dot so you know that's the one you've been beating the crap out of.
I don't know how in character this pause is. I appreciate you guys have probably fought many battles, but
I feel like if this pause happens for any length of time, Roger's gonna sort of awkwardly shout, "We should probably make a defensive line."
Yeah. I look at Roger
Yeah.
and I'm like, "You're the soldier," and
Preferably
but
by
let's
the
do
door,
this.
so people can
Yeah.
still get in.
We need a
Yeah.
way to we need a gap for people to run through, and we need to be able to stop them coming through. Like, line up, form up, let's do it.
form up.
Yeah, so I guess I'll come up sort of next to
captious.
To represent the hordes of people coming your way, you may notice that there are human tokens. The human tokens
Human.
are the
I
people
can't
that are...
see them anywhere near me, and that scares me.
Yes, it's a pretty big map.
Um,
In fact, I'll make some a
Fantastic.
little closer. Here you go.
Okay.
are you rolling Moon Tribe Lady by herself or she
Zana?
just-
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
So this
Cool.
is a representative of part of the chaos in the town. There's also reigning Wrethlings elsewhere. Okay.
Got it.
So, team
Are there any coming
CRCR.
from the location where all the bad guys are?
Hmm?
Any people, or is it just from behind us? that
They're
the villagers
effectively
are
running down the road, as it's an even place to run. They're not coming from the north or the south. Everyone's effectively...
No, I mean like past where everything's where the hand
Are there
landed.
guys back here? This he's asking. like,
there are.
behind-
You can barely see them, but yes. It is is also night, just for reference.
Yeah. All right. I'm like, Rolf, I'm gonna tell you right now, I was not expecting a battle, so I don't got too much up my sleeves in that sense, but and fire doesn't seem to be doing much to them, so
It is not... They're not immune. It is ineffective.
yeah, it's ineffective.
Can you do any kind of cover over the town, over the road?
Um,
To Captios or to Rolf?
Yeah, to me.
Everyone, to the group at large.
No.
no.
Okay. So it is your turn, and I
So
noticed that there's
I'm
an
gonna-
analysis paralysis situation going on.
I'm
So-
going to Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm going to cast Lightning Shot on this guy right here.
Okay. That'll hit.
So 18 damage.
Okay.
I'll
Lightning seems effective. Not super effective, but effective.
Can I also kind of sort of jump forward and hit him and jump back kind of thing?
What you grab, by the way? Is it your rapier, or do you grab like a piece of wood?
I've got my rapier.
Got it.
So I've got that going for me, which is nice. But I just wanted to sort of jump in and jab him and sort of get back, kind of.
You
just-
might provoke an attack of opportunity.
He's a swashbuckler, though. So once you
yeah.
attack, it won't matter. Yeah. So thematically, it will look like you're attacking, darting in and darting back. But you can interchange your movement with your attack, and it doesn't get attack of opportunity if you attack it. And guard! Yep, that'll hit.
And I kind of just want to jump back and see if he's doing all right.
Yeah, so that your rapier is not a magical nature, so when you cut through, when you lunge into this thing made of like
Oh,
tar
nice.
and planar bullshit, like it cuts through like a slosh, and you see like blood splattering down on the ground, but it doesn't seem horribly effective, like you were cutting through water.
All right. Yeah.
Also, as a swashbuckler, I believe you get your sneak attack
Ooh.
because it's not near any of the enemies. Gig is in the air.
It can halve more of my damage.
It can have more of your damage. That's right. So 13, round up, so total 7. Yep. Or whenever there's something where math goes crazy, we favor the players. So it will be round up for you.
Okay.
Cool. Panger and myself are gonna hit this guy with a little bit of firebolt. Unfortunately, that's all at this point we're gonna be able to do. So,
Okay.
Bam, that's me. Did I hit it twice? Do you see it twice or once?
Yeah, we see it twice.
We see it
Then
twice.
the second one's Panger.
Twice.
The second one's Panger. Panger hits.
Oh, fantastic.
And you're doing the one that's already been attacked?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that does 7 from Panger of fire damage, which is whatever, you know.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Is it fire or radiant damage with Panger?
It's not radiant because Solus isn't here.
Oh, yeah. Damn. Okay. They appear to be resistant to fire.
And hold on one second. So Fang is considered a summon beast level 4.
Mm-hmm.
So how does sorry, I should have probably asked it before. I can make him attack?
Yes.
Okay.
So he's part of
And-
technically your team.
And like basically what happens the first time is in my mind I'm just like, fuck, I wish I could help, like these wolves could help us. And then Fang just gets up and like attacks.
Yep.
The same guy.
Responds to your thoughts.
And I'm surprised by it because I don't realize it.
Yeah, he like leap after you like Free Willy style because of where he's located and just like pounce this thing.
Yep. So I just need to pull up the way it works. Melee attack, bite, +5 to hit. So should I just roll
a stock? Yeah, 2 of them. He gets 2 attacks. He's level 4.
11 and 19 +5 each.
Both of those will hit.
Fantastic. And each one does 2d6 +3. So I'm going to do 4d6 +4.
Oh, Cass is being helpful.
Ah. Oh, that's cool. Sorry, I'm just gonna... 16.
Yep, and it appears that their fangs are not pierced through their resistance. Does it like literally grabs onto a shoulder and like rips it out? Princess Mononoke style, just goodbye. Still standing.
Oh, sick. Okay.
Okay.
And Clemens now has his thing, but no one is hurt. So I think we're good there. You're done.
Well, evacuation counter. Let's see. Who can make it to the happiness lands? This person will try to live. He chooses life.
Who chooses life and who chooses money on the ground? Pick up. Oh shit. They're actually trying to like run around.
Well, they're not.
Thank God.
They believe them. They choose life.
Yeah. I mean, if it was Pyro, they might just run straight into Wrath with his 5 wisdom.
Yeah. I might call now that, yeah, so what we need to do is kind of keep the monsters on the path while people run around the sides, kind of pincer them.
Fair enough.
Mm.
Okay. People move forward. No one gets down at that point, so it's still at 20. Wrath forces. So, starting off. A few of them start getting up. Currently, Sin's up in the air. Ozzy is going toe-to-toe with this. There are no player characters that are currently near the Wrethlings. Is that correct? Looks like.
I'm by the door.
You're by the door. That's right. Pyro and Roger are closest to. And technically Balto, since he's a summoned creature. So let me resolve the Balto situation. So I need you to track Balto's health.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, I can do that.
Yep. Just let me know what his armor class is based off that stat block. Because he's gonna get hit. He's gonna get hit twice.
His armor class is 14.
Okay, well, one of them hits.
2 of them hit.
Both of them hit. So he is whatever it is. He is Sans 13, 28 damage. So this thing as he goes toe to toe with it gets rended by the creature.
So how does this work? Because they're summoned, they just get unsummoned, and then later on you could summon them again.
Correct.
Because they don't die.
Yeah, and even Clemens mentioned like they're ethereal, so they're just disrupted.
Got it. Okay.
All right, so you'll notice that a few of them disperse out, and because no one's engaging them, they seem more interested with grabbing people. Yeah. And what they do is they grab them and they throw them into the angry guy at the center. So you see in Theater of the Mind style, as people are running through and running around these things, total horror scene, right? The tar comes out of the ground. One person's running, gets grabbed by the leg, and is just dragged, Jason Voorhees style, into the bulbous hand thing that just came out, and is just chucked in, and like gurgles as he's being consumed by the tar. 2 of them don't make it. 2 people are being dragged over. So it seems like the people from that side have a rough time of it.
They're basically fucked. Yeah.
Yeah. This one goes toe to toe with Ozzy. That NPC soaks up just like action economy. Sin, you can return down to the ground during your turn, but you have to determine where it is you wish to descend.
Like right in front of him.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Classic Sin. Love it.
I wanna. Well, okay. Here's what I wanna do. If you don't mind me going first, Pyro. I'm going to come flying down from helping Gig chop off his hand. Land, bring Wraith up, and slam it on the ground, and then send the Vestiture of Flame towards all of them right there, like into the big guy. So like the line of fire. And I realized that fire wasn't working on what you guys are sending out, but with the Death Knight ability, immunity to fire is treated as resistance, so they do take damage from it from me.
They still have resistance, so they're all attack damage. It does not negate their resistance, so they're not immune to fire. They're just resistant to it.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. Okay. So go ahead and do your attacks. The one with the X, I'll just move that to make it a little easier to see. Move him over here.
Okay, wait. So it says each creature in the line must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes 4d8 fire damage on a failed save.
Okay.
And half as much damage on a successful one.
So are you lining it up to get, say, the big guy and two of them?
Yeah.
It's a line? Okay.
It's 15 feet long and 5 feet wide.
Oh, then you'll get all of them. Right. So here's 4 for the little guys. And here's 1 for the big guy. And what's the DC? I think they would all fail. Maybe not that 12.
Make a dexterity saving throw. DC. It would be on my sheet.
Yeah. To make it easier, based off of how those rolls were, they all failed. So go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. So how many? That's 1, 2, 3.
You just roll once and it applies to all of them.
Oh.
Yeah.
So 48. Okay. 28.
All right. They are all resistant to fire, so they do take a total of looks like 11 damage. No, 12 damage each.
It's still something.
It
Still
looks
more than
cool,
anything.
And it
else.
looks cool. Yeah, you flame on down at them.
It's almost like Thor, right? Like Thor coming down and thundering a bunch of people, except you're just like firing a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is the Vestiture of Flame as a... Is that one action, I'm assuming?
I'd have to say, I have to pull a Know Thyself. What does it say?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
You can use your action to create the line.
Any creature... Use your action to create... Okay. But I'm raging, so I can still do my attack. My bonus attack.
You're not berserking. You're raging.
Oh, okay. Alright. So then that's all I can do right now.
Okay. What is everyone else doing?
Pyro.
That's me. Let's see.
More fire.
Yeah, more fire. A lot of help that's gonna do. I think I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast the marked one that I was trying to burn before. That's by Ozzy.
Okay.
Oh, that's the description. Why is it not? Oh god.
You just click on
That's the description.
On your
Why
main
is it-
sheet under attack, there should be a...
Yeah, it's not showing up there for some reason, even though it's in my spell list.
Oh,
Which
yeah,
is
it's
weird.
not. That's weird.
Huh.
Alright.
That's weird.
Yeah. It's a ranged spell attack, right? So
Yeah.
I would just roll it 1d20 and then just add your spell.
Well, and while you're doing that, I can fix it. I see why it's being weird.
Ah, cool.
It's a spell card versus an attack.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
Just 1d20?
Yeah, go ahead and do that. While you're doing that, I'll fix it on your sheet.
It was a 14.
Plus
Plus what?
proficiency plus your warlock charisma.
Yeah, that would be charisma. I'm not used to this layout.
What's your
Charisma
charisma?
is +3.
And
So
plus
+5.
5.
+5,
So
yeah.
19.
19.
Roll your 1d10 force damage.
Yes. A 4.
And then just remember, because of Ozzy,
And then with Ozzy, I get the firebolt as well.
yeah.
Which is actually on the thing. So firebolt. Another 8.
So 4 because they're resistant.
Yeah.
Total of 8 damage.
Okay. On the one on Ozzy? Well, it's...
Yeah.
Alright, so that
Mark
one's
one.
been, like, slammed a few times. With that last blast code, describe it, it stops moving, like this little hand thing drops. Good, you kill it.
Cool.
Yay.
Go ahead and describe your murder.
My first kill since being reverted back to normal form.
Hey.
Yeah, Bloodlust. Check that out.
Yeah.
Do you wish to describe your kill?
Pretty much just combine the force damage with the firebolt, so it's like a spiral helix kind of thing right into the goopy, still trying to come up, but still all scorched and scarred and everything, and just
as you turn it into goop, you notice the goop draws back into this creature, and let's see, closest to that is Sin. Roll a perception check. Got it.
3.
Killing these things look really bad. You probably should not kill them because it's making dudes stronger. That's what Sin sees and or believes.
Okay. But could I believe that if I attacked the big dude?
Oh yeah, just killing the small things because they like primordial ooze just seep on and back this thing like a magnet.
Okay.
But it appears when that happens, it makes it stronger.
Okay.
Sin, do you want inspiration so that you don't think that?
What's it, 13?
A 13 wouldn't garner helpful information, but it wouldn't give you unhelpful information.
Who
Crit
has
fail.
who has inspiration currently? Is this just Pop?
And
I do.
Okay, so 2. It's honestly, it's up to you. I'm going to
no, because if
something.
you don't say it out loud, or if you say it, you guarantee you Capios is gonna be like, that makes no sense. Right? Or like Clemens is gonna be like, that makes no sense, based on what we know from Rat. If I had to
Okay,
guess, right? So
Right.
So when I see it, well, it's not my turn. Never mind. I can't
Yeah.
shout it yet.
Okay. Anything else going on Sin, Pyro, Gig, and Ozzy's turn? Gig also returns back down.
Well-
Unhelpfully.
I may just suggest that as a group we start moving forward formation, like down the street to like get close to this thing.
Okay.
yeah, like closer to like where Sin is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Can
so we can actually like start hitting it.
I am having a technical issue because none of the sheets when I click on them for Roll20 are pulling up for Gig or Ozzy. So
What do you?
can someone screenshot them and just send them to me just so
Yeah.
I have them? But I think that's it for us. At least for now, I don't want to hold things up.
Okay. Destruction. Let's see here. Destruction.
I was going to ask what destruction was on the turn order.
It's a great question. So it goes up, whatever it is.
Aw. I don't like that number, guys. I don't know what to do, but let's try and keep that number down.
Facts. All right, C2R2. She's belonging to the Star Wars universe. C2R2. Cap, Rolf, Clem, Rolf, and Roger. This, for your theater of the mind, the creatures now are less scattered like rain. They seem to be drawing more like mercury towards a central point, like if there was a divot or a slide down towards this creature. And they seem now far more intelligent than they were before, or at least some sort of hive mind, as opposed to splatting on the ground.
Word.
Are people also getting dragged into that, or is it just them kind of forming?
What's the question?
Are people getting dragged into this?
They're getting dragged in. Like 2 people
Yeah,
in the past like 6
cool.
seconds, they tried to avoid the monsters, and the monsters like leaped up from their death, grabbed them, and threw them in the tar. So people
like
from
inside them, or just near it, near the big blob.
Near it, like those things are near. They're going out and grabbing things and throwing them in.
No, like the people, are they being like consumed
They're
by
being
the giant?
consumed. Like,
yeah. So if this guy still breathing?
Yes, he's still breathing. He's just being dragged.
Okay. All right. I guess like I'm just gonna use my full movement speed to kind of get over to this guy.
Yep.
I guess I can't do anything there per se. Oh, jeez. I just saw what was in the fog of war. I can't.
They're just smiling at you. How you doing,
moving.
Roger?
I can't stop him moving per se, but I can hit him as he try and move away, and hopefully that will, if I've used my action to get there, then I can't really do anything. But hopefully, if he moves it further into that, I can hit him. He might stop him.
You're threatening him. You're trying to resist. For that sake, give me an athletics test, because you're really working on like trying to get that guy from being dead.
I put some ticks on that box. Oh,
great. So with your dash in, I'll allow the idea that you're using your turn like to grab the guy. However, you're in a bit of a struggle with some sort of inky creature from being dragged to the depths. So the 3 of you are chained together.
I'm not paying attention to specifics because otherwise I'd be too scared.
Yes, just got to work off of like the now, or else.
Do that, like.
Yeah. All right, that takes care of Roger. How about Cap, Rolf, and Clem?
Go first, Cap.
So in my mind, I'm like, I see Balto get attacked, and like, weirdly enough, I feel bad about it. Like I feel like I need to protect him, and so I almost am like, yo, you need to disengage, brother. And so Balto's gonna disengage.
Okay.
I can't move him, but
I can. Or just like
okay.
him.
Next to me, basically.
Like this.
Yeah, and Panger and I are gonna fire off some shots at the guy that's like dying.
Okay. Yeah, the guy in front of you. This one.
Yeah.
Got it.
All right. How do we do this? Same thing as always. 2 firebolts.
Hit, both hit.
And Panger only does the first one, so he only does 5, 10. It's a 10. He rolled a 10, so it'll be 5, and then I do 5.
Got it. That is enough to take it out. So go ahead and describe you pulling the wolfen out and destroying this creature.
You hear Captios almost like growl as he fires off 2 firebolts. Well, he fires off a firebolt, and then Panger at the same time fires off a firebolt, hitting this creature, and it just like pushes it back a little bit, but it's so like on its last leg that it just topples over.
And just like that ink, just like what's left of it is slithering like ooze back towards that big creature.
And so when I see this, I'm gonna, because Clemens is in my initiative group, I'm gonna, as I'm walking forward then, one, like to here, I'm gonna be like, Clemens, what do you think? Do you think it's just reforming with its main being?
Like, I think it's, so let me do a check for Clems here. Yeah, I think it's going back to the hole. It's Clemens responds.
And do you think that's it's going to make the hole stronger, or do you think it's just, it is what it is?
It's like, it probably needs to take some energy to reform itself. So it's going to feed off of, it looks like the big, Mama Ooze.
Got it. Fantastic. So it's actually like taking away from the Mama Ooze to reform.
Yeah.
Got it. So, okay. Do you think, how much ooze is there? There's a lot of ooze on the ground, right?
A lot of ooze, yeah.
Okay. We can't like scoop it up into like a a thing and like
I mean,
cap it.
you can try to put it into a bottle.
I think there used to be barrels inside the tavern until you made.
Someone get a ladle. Let's get a bottle of this ooze.
Ozzy took care of those, so I don't think we've got them anymore.
Got it. Cool. And then I tell the what's the other dog?
Balto.
Wolf. No, the other one.
Fang and Balto.
Fang. And I tell Fang, I'm like, are you coming? Like, are you coming with? Just like a casual friend almost.
Yeah, Fang was the one that was attacking. So the one that was injured, you want to come with?
No. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Balto's.
You want
injured.
Balto? Balto's is fine. So Balto will come with. Yeah.
Oh, Balto. Okay.
Balto's white.
Sorry.
Fang is dark.
I'm getting so confused between the two of them. Okay, cool. Thank you.
No problem.
Yes, the white one, come with.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Rolf, go ahead.
Okay. Rolf is going to cast Call Lightning. On the big guy.
Okay. What's the distance on Call Lightning? 10 feet?
No. I think it's 5. Hold on. 5 feet.
Okay.
Target within 5.
Right, go ahead and cast Call Lightning. Dex save.
Ooh.
15 damage.
Yep.
I like that it's specified not with storm.
I also wanted to point that out.
Yep. All right, so go ahead and describe calling down. It's not the strongest piece of lightning. Perhaps it's having some difficulty with there being a ward above. That kind of like dampens it a bit. That's just thematics. It's not actually dampening it.
So
you do some damage.
Rolf puts his hand up in the air, and you see like a little cloud start forming, and then he uses Arcana to like push it forward, and it expands into a large cloud in the sky, and then a lightning bolt just comes down and hits this hand monster like directly on, and it seems like it kind of like hit in front of him, not really like directly onto him.
Yeah, I mean, it totally does like hit on him because you're not specifying a place, you're specifying a creature. Yeah, and it does do some damage nearby as it arcs over and hits the next one. All right, cool. Shenanigans of lightning. That takes care of Cap, takes care of Rolf. Roger, you dived on in. Clem provided his assistance.
So Clemens, I'm actually going to have him heal Fang.
Okay.
Balto. I'm going to have him heal Balto.
Fang took damage.
Fang.
The black
Fang is damage.
Yeah.
wolf.
Think like red Fang, and then just go from there.
Okay, cool.
Red Fang.
So I think he rolls 2d4, right?
2d4 plus 2, like a healing potion. All right.
Plus 2, 7.
Take 5 off of his damage tracker.
7.
Okay, cool. Done.
All right. All right. More people get to evacuate. Your counter goes up. Yay. 2, 2, 3. And then from there, Wrath gets to do fun stuff. Let's see here. One of them is locked in with Roger. So, this one's for you, Roger. What's your armor class?
So let's have a talk about that. I genuinely was making that joke about not wearing armor, but I feel like
I don't think it's gonna matter. Never mind. It's 23.
Oh, either way, I'm going down. No.
So that first one of them comes out, two claws ablazing. One comes out to Roger as he's struggling with one of these tar creatures. That'll definitely hit. You will take a total of 14 points of damage. One's coming out at Sin. That is a crit. So. So, like, it's the angriest little bean. Yeah. So the slashing is at least resisted. Actually, both of these resisted. You have resistance to both fire and
bludgeoning, piercing, slashing, fire.
20. So 23 without resistances would come out to 22, so 11. 11 total damage. However, you've got more of this coming your way.
Okay.
Then you're immune to fire damage because you have Investor Flame on.
You are.
You are immune to fire damage, so you're only
immune.
Yep. So you just take a total of 10.
Okay.
So we can ignore the fire damage for these creatures. The next 2 are going to you. That's a miss. I don't think your armor class is 13, but the second one is. So that's a total of 3 more damage. 1 is fighting off with Ozzy with Zana's help, as these people are assisting you.
Ooh, love that.
As more creatures come out of this thing.
Out of the mama bear?
Out of the mama bear, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was going the other way around. I'd made a lot of my decisions based on that.
Mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made.
All right.
Calculated risk, but I'm bad at math.
Well, for those that can see the other side, the creatures that are going this way are now trying to go the smarter way, and those that are engaging with, we'll call it Mama Ooze, notice that they're going through the fields to the south as opposed to the roads. For those that can't see, because, it's dark, the arrows, it's over here, they're going around the tower now. Because they choose life. They choose life.
Brilliant.
While I'm working the chaos of a town evacuating as Ooze attempts to beat them up, Sin, Pyro, Gig, and Ozzy will be up.
Okay. Well, I want Ozzy to do his Hand of Wrath feature. So it makes the adjacent from him prone.
Okay.
So it'd be, I guess, the one in front of him?
Okay.
Yeah, it could be any of those 3, right?
Any of those?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which one to do.
Well, I randomly selected one. We can always move it.
Okay. Am I missing something on that? It just knocks him prone, right? That's
Yeah,
for
just
now.
prone.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and Pyro, did you want to go or?
Well, I was gonna do some stuff. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, if you want to go.
Yeah. Well, first I'm gonna move up towards like where Gig is,
Gig
so I can
is
actually
Gig.
see Big Mama.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there. And then I'm gonna do Eldritch Blast on Big Mama.
On Big Mama.
On Big Mama, because I'm thinking that not only if we start taking out Big Mama, we'll actually get this done faster, but it'll also possibly make the little ones retreat back into her. So that's my thinking behind this. So let's see.
That'll hit.
That'll hit. So then I also get the Firebolt as well.
Mm-hmm. That'll miss. But the Eldritch Blast, which is force-based damage, absolutely does seem effective, not ineffective.
Sweet.
Okay. Murder.
All right, Sin.
I'm up. Okay. I am pissed off because I got hit, and that is not cool. So I am going to go Frenzy, and I'm going to swing at the one that Ozzy just put it to the ground because it's prone. Two
What is
attacks.
it? What does that do, just out of curiosity?
Yeah.
I get 3.
Oh, got it.
3 hits. So 2 on that one and 1 on the one of like right in front of me.
Okay.
1, 2,
Hit and a crit.
3.
Hit, crit, hit, because you're reckless.
Yes. Okay.
Would the 11s or the 13s have hit, Buck?
You mathematically no idea.
Okay. No, because if both of them work, she gets.
Oh,
she gets
yeah,
a crit.
that's... You're right. Thank you for calling that out. No,
Yeah.
the 11, 13, and 11, they will all miss.
Okay.
They would not hit the armor class for the special ability.
Got it.
But I'm frenzy, so it's all 3 of them are hitting, right?
All
Yeah.
3 of them are
Frenzy.
hit, crit, hit, right? But not
Okay.
the special that Ozzy gives you, right?
Okay, so the first two, it's 28. Oh, and the crit on the one that Ozzy has prone as well.
Mm-hmm.
But he's prone. Wouldn't that make it disadvantage? No. I don't know.
That's for range. Don't worry about that.
Right.
If you hit them in order, you crit the same one that Ozzy had, unless you were attacking the same one continuously.
I'm doing the math on that, Sin, just as a heads up. It's 50 damage to that first one because it's 17 plus 21 plus 6 plus 6 to the one that is prone in front of Ozzy. So that's 50 damage.
Yeah.
And then
20. So keep in mind the fire damage is resisted.
Yeah, so it's 17 plus 21 plus 6 plus 6. Right, because the fire is halved.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 12 plus 17, which is 29 plus 21 for the bludgeoning at the bottom of the critical. So it's 50. Right?
Sure. I mean, I'll trust you if that's the math.
Yeah.
That seems a bit high, but
That's 2 attacks into the 1 prone target.
yeah.
Yeah.
So the prone target, just to make life super easier, and we don't want to slog through combat.
Yeah.
It's dead. So go ahead and describe that.
Okay, so I get really pissed off, and in my rage, I just slam down Wraith, and then I bring it up and I just smash it across its face,
Mm-hmm.
and it dies. But if I deal the fighting blow to an opponent, the fire damage from Wraith goes to all the enemies within 10-foot radius.
Okay.
Within 10 feet.
Got
Are
it.
we friends yet?
Are we friends yet? Yeah. All right. So the splash is applied.
12
Splash is applied.
or 6.
It's 6.
6, because, yeah, they're resistant.
Because it's only that hit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I get 10 HP from it, so I get 6
Nice.
10 HP. And then that last attack, the 11 fire, 11 bludgeoning will go to the one in front of me.
Yep.
So that's 17 total.
Yeah.
Okay. That takes care of Sin. And takes care of Pyro. So Gig and Ozzy then done. So is your group done? Is that it?
Yeah, because Ozzy did the Hand of Wrath. And Gig has stuff that I don't want to use yet, for me personally.
Okay.
Am I missing something? Because Buck's being all Buck and it's like making me really nervous.
No. We're at combat and like momentum slowing down, so I'm trying to keep things moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, we're good.
Destruction goes up. All right. Cap.
Our group. All right. So Rolf, go ahead. First, hit him with the lightning. Cool. So Buck, they have to roll DC 16.
Same one, Big Mama.
Yep.
All right. So what's the total amount is what 32? So that this one does resist. Okay. Describe your lightning. You're muted.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. A larger and more powerful lightning bolt comes down from the sky, and I direct it with like my hand type of, almost like a tomahawk motion, like pointing at it. The Big Mama, and the lightning bolt cracks down into the middle of him.
Good crackaroonie. Boo. All right, that's Rolf. Definitely like bits are sizzling in the air in the darkness. His townsfolk are running in abject terror around this watchtower. It's ringing out bells, arrows flying, magic going around. Lots of fire.
What's Elf Lady been doing this whole time?
Shooting arrows. And her wolf is also helping to keep people from getting pulled in. You'll see the wolf down here. It's effectively trying to keep that one from being pulled in.
I wish you'd shoot one at this person.
She thinks you have. She thinks you have it. You look a strong, spirited sort.
I definitely don't got it.
You have the positive impression. You took charge. You're like, I'm gonna ring the bell. I'm gonna help these people.
This thing's gonna kill me.
I'm gonna die. Yeah.
Hey, so how broad do you want to be with that rakish audacity? What I use? Would it be too rakishly audacious to attempt to save this dude again as an attack action?
Yeah, no,
And
that's
to-
fine. So
and-
because your character is very swashbuckler, if you want to roll attack to like cut off his arm that's trying to grab it and pull the guy away, I'd allow it.
Okay.
But you do have to
Alright.
hit.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's cooler than me just trying to like yank that guy free.
Yeah, much more cinematic. I'm just gonna cut off your inky arm and then just drag you away.
And ooh,
The 9 will miss. The 25 will hit.
I don't believe I have advantage in this situation.
You absolutely do not have advantage in this situation, but
Yeah.
people might have inspiration.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you the inspiration. I think you've earned it.
All right, well then.
Your rakish audacity.
If that 25
Oh
does
yeah,
hit,
it hits.
then I'd like to try and cut that guy's arm off, please.
And you
I'd
do.
like to and yeah, we're just. Oh, you've done it for me. We've skidded a little bit out the way, and kind of like, yeah, I'm just trying to keep myself alive here, and I kind of grab that guy by the scruff of his shoulder, and sort of throw him towards the tavern door to like just get inside as quickly as
Oh,
possible.
he's terrified. Yeah, runs past like a literal devil and someone on fire. Just yells at him on the way by. Ah!
I didn't want him to stand in shock. I wanted to like keep him moving.
Yeah, he's using adrenaline. Like he looks all banged up, but surprising things when adrenaline's to your system. Okay. Are we doing anything else? You are now out of threatened range.
I'm kind of gonna get to this.
Use Clement's
I was
special
kind of-
ability.
Yeah,
Use
if you have a
Clemens.
bonus action still, get that potion from the Spirit Wolf.
Oh, where's
Clemens
that?
basically will direct a Spirit Wolf to you to heal you by handing you a potion.
For
Oh,
2d4
I'll
plus
take-
2.
Like a healing
I'll
potion.
take that then. Yeah.
All right. Well, in the chaos of battle, like a wolfen definitely is gonna administer a potion to you for 5 healing.
7.
Oh,
Oh yeah, plus
oh,
2,
but
7.
where?
Yeah.
Oh well, that I don't even come close to answering that question. Don't worry about it. I was going to ask about like the healing with the special ability the fire does. Like you can't heal it through certain ways. So I don't get close enough to deal with that damage.
You do not, correct. Yeah, definitely keep an eye on that for like medicinal purposes. But yeah, you don't get close to it.
So as Roger's pulling that guy off, he's just gonna feel 2 firebolts shoot past him
Mhm.
at the guy, like that at the creature he was attacking, and just like skid by his ears. As Captius and Panger fire off parallel bolts. So basically, you just feel, Roger, you just feel 2 firebolts like on either side of your face.
Really cool, but scary.
But also scary. Also messed up
Yeah.
your split ends. Yeah. So those hit.
a bit unnecessary.
So Panger does 2,
Mm.
and I do 6.
All right. So total 8 on one of the Wrethlings or Big Mama.
The Wrestling that Roger was attacking.
Got it.
This bad boy.
Yeah.
Dunzos. All right. Anything else?
No.
All right. People evacuate.
Hey.
Or attempt to evacuate. Most people are successfully evacuating. You've had very few fatalities.
Yeah.
At least aggressive ones.
Gig's probably not happy about that.
Yeah, it's like you're taking away all my Lego blocks, bruh. So here is 7 more. And the Wrath forces are making their way downtown, killing things now. These guys are actually running away from Big Mama. So you see them like disappear into the night
Just to do chaos.
to grab people.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, there's definitely other people down there.
And they also attack. Like this guy goes back into Big Mama. Like whoa.
Hmm.
This thing slithers. Let's see here. Who's available to attack? Let's see if this guy gets how you drawn in or not. He does. So despite wolf and arrows, the guy gets chucked in. Bye, dude.
Uh-oh.
And that means one more baby comes out. One more baby. And so, Sin, you're getting womped on by 3 of them.
Okay.
So, this is all for you. You can ignore the fire, mind you.
Oh, that was
Trying to see if any of them miss. 1, 2. What's your armor class?
17.
All of them hit.
Okay.
Let's do some crazy math. 1 second. 20, 30, 44.
53.
54. 63.
Damage.
No, 63 base, so that's 31 total damage with resistant.
Cause resistant.
Right, and
And
fire.
immunity?
The immunity, I didn't count the fire.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is just slashing damage.
Cool.
So
31.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like
So you take 25 because of your temp HP.
correct. 31 subtracted from your hit point. However you wish to do it, know thyself. You take 31 from the source of this damage. Moving on.
Got it.
That would make Sin, Pyro, Gig, and Ozzy, as everyone sees, like these things like jump on like the movie Aliens, just start just tearing at Sin.
Oh, wait, hang on. Because I gained the temp HP, it says while you have temporary hit points from this feature, you deal 10 fire damage to each creature that hits you.
That's correct. How much temp HP do you have?
6.
In which case, it will be the first. It'll be the first group. So the first guy gets hit twice with fire damage. It's 10. All right.
Yeah. It's something.
It is. It counts. It's doing damage. Need be done.
Whew.
All right, now it's Sin, Pyro, Gig, and Ozzy as like the tieflings are holding the line.
This looks familiar.
Well, okay, Ozzy can knock somebody prone.
Sure.
Just kind of stuck where he is. I guess the same one in front of him again?
Okay.
Cool.
Carry on.
Carry on the wayward son. Pyro, did you want to go? Or...
Yeah, just the same thing. Hit Big Mama. I'll just rest if he hits again. And
Hit Big Mama.
Big Mama.
Big Mama. That's a miss.
It's a miss. So, oh well.
Damn it, Big Mama.
You were stuffed for too long. It's okay.
She got the first one. She knew the second one was coming.
Yeah. Moves her head. Just still grins at you.
Oh, I don't like that grin.
Yeah,
Reminds
that
me of
grin.
Gig.
Get in my belly.
Oh.
Oh! Clip that. Like, what's this? Get in my belly. All right. That takes care of
It
Pyro.
was scarier when it didn't.
You did Ozzy's prone thingamabobber, Sin, so
Okay. Seeing Roger get hit from the one that's like diagonal from me on that side, I'm gonna do 2 on that one, and then third one on the one that is prone with Ozzy.
okay. So 2 in the one that was 2 in the top one and 1 in the third one. Go 1, 2, 3.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So start with the top one. Go crazy. Don't go too crazy. It's crazy enough. Crazy enough to kill it.
Ooh.
Yep. That 2. Those are 2 hits.
The third one might be a crit.
The third one is a
with
crit. So
Ozzy.
the first 2 does murderlate the guy. And the third one, based off of the thing you get with Ozzy, does crit. So you can roll 2 more, or 1 more d12. Yeah, 1 more d12. Gets crit.
Just roll a regular dice d12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 4.
4. So that's 15 and 6 or 21 damage. Which means if you're talking about the one directly in front or the one at the bottom? The one's prone?
The one that's prone.
Alright, you destroy both of them. Go ahead and describe your murder rage.
Okay. Well, then the one in the middle will take damage as well.
Mm-hmm.
The fire.
From both.
It's true. They do.
Both.
Just a whirlwind of death that is sin.
Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. So, the last attack went relatively well. So I see Roger kind of pulling back after he got hit. I'm getting some healing from him. So trying to help because I don't want that one to follow him. I bring Wraith down, slamming into this one, and then pull my Wraith back and do a side sweep. And that thing gets just obliterated in fire and bludgeoning hell. And then in the corner of my eye, I see Ozzy knock the other one down. And so once that one dies, I turn and then I just slam Wraith down onto this thing. And that one also dies.
And I mean, the Investor of Flames also says if a creature ends its turn within 5 feet of you, it takes 1d10 fire damage. So technically that guy in front also takes 1d10 fire damage.
Because he's ending...
He ended his turn in front of you.
Okay.
You gotta make a flow sheet.
Yeah, I know.
There's so much fire damage. Holy shit.
Which they are resistant to.
Yeah.
It's the most resistant damage type, but yes. Still rolled a 10. Not bad.
It's just hammering through regardless. Like, resistance to fire damage. We'll try a lot of fire.
You've just summed up, like, sin. Like, I'll do it through sheer force. It's working, so just use enough of it. All right, anyone else for Team Mayhem?
Pogs.
I think that's it.
Okay.
Yeah. God, every time he says it like that, I always feel like I'm forgetting something. Stop.
There's just so much that like it
No.
at this point it doesn't matter. Just like do a bunch of stuff and.
Okay.
We're still succeeding.
Yep, you still are succeeding. C2, R2, you're up.
Mind if I just
Yeah, just.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my lightning bolt, or not lightning bolt, call lightning.
Mm-hmm.
And on the big mama.
On Big Mama.
35.
Okay. It saves.
So 18.
All right, done. It's getting some. It's pretty resistant hand mama, but it's getting hit hard. It's getting hammered.
Cool. Quick question for you, Buck. If I ask one of the wolves to give me a potion, do I have to take it, or can I store it for later?
You have to take it.
Okay. So, I'm gonna go ahead, just same thing, but this time I'm gonna target the big mama for the fire bolts.
Okay.
Might as well. Don't want to be left out, but then I see Rolf just hammering this thing.
Ooh. I think, so go ahead and describe you going into town on this thing, which will take it out. Big Mama.
So, I just see Rolf hit it 3 times with Call Lightning, and I just get a little jealous. So, like, all the sheer will that I have, I like aim and just fire past Sin, fire past the almost dead thing in front of her, and just hit the big mama straight in between its eyes. And I just see its shit-eating grin, like, turn.
Yeah, it's lacking like a good part of its face. It's one eye, half of its grin. It falls down, and for a moment, the tar becomes inert, more like puddles, like rain puddles. And they just slowly begin to stop existing and turn to fumes.
Gig, is this the point where you seal this thing?
He points out, it's like, not yet. So with that, Captius, make an insight check.
Fantastic.
You at least have good insight.
That's not untrue. I'm actually gonna. I have a 5 there. I'm gonna use my portent. I have a 14 portent.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and use that.
Okay.
And so it becomes 19.
19. So at a 19 insight with your portent, looks like you have. It's got one last hurrah left. Like you basically broke it out of its cocoon.
Got it.
Yep.
So we got to put it down before it's able to break out.
Oh no, you broke it out. Like the idea is like now it's been warmed like a warmed cookie.
Oh,
Like Cell.
There you go, like Cell. Thank you. That's a good reference.
Fantastic.
Horrible for the players with that because Cell, but
Yeah.
Literally consuming people. It's Cell.
all right. So it's down, and these things are fading away. Is there anything you wish to do as you're now just waiting for this, or perhaps scooping it up in a ladle, putting it in a barrel? Team C2, R2. I think the only person that's left is Roger. Roger's pretty inventive. What are your thoughts here? You've laid a lotus thing, and all the oozes stop having form. They're just like sploosh water.
My internet's crapping out a bit, so I don't know if that's really clear on your end at the moment.
Oh, I can hear you clearly. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll carry on regardless. You said it's just puddles on the road,
right.
they're just now a puddle on the road.
Correct.
Okay. Where do I keep the oil in the tavern?
In the back.
I was gonna oh no, because I don't know that. I'm gonna go get some oil, and just start burning any. Oh no, there were people still running off into the darkness, right? Or has Big Mama been taken down? They're not running off into the darkness anymore.
Yeah, the people are now filing in.
Oh, sorry, the creatures that are attached.
The creatures are no longer going. Yeah.
They're no longer charging into the darkness. All right. But we're suspicious of the ground spludge. I will go get the oil from inside where we keep it then for lamps and stuff, and we'll proceed to start. Well, I'll probably take a few turns to do that.
All right, go ahead and run on back. That's everyone else.
I'll dash to get inside.
Yips.
How's it looking in here?
It's going good. Surprisingly well organized evacuation. Hip is organizing the single file line to best of his abilities. People are being well evacuated. So we'll skip to this piece. Evacuation numbers are high. You don't have to worry about that as much anymore. Cool. Sin. Your party has laid low Mama.
Okay.
And then, as opposed to its inert state where it was just standing still, it crawls out. Now a fully formed, bipedal creature, red eyes, and approaches you and Ozzy very angrily. Take this off. It comes down on you. What's my destruction at? 6? Okay.
Sin, if you want my 3 portent, just let me know. And it's yours.
You also have Intellect Fortress up, because Captius.
Yeah.
Alright, so this thing is fast. It is attacking you, and it is attacking Ozzy. Ozzy gets smacked with a few of these attacks. That's right, you have, you're reckless. So that one hits. That one hits. And that one hits. Okay, so because you're reckless, you're just leaning into this thing, and so is Ozzy, the two of you, as you're getting assaulted. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Oh God.
Take a total of 40 bludgeoning damage as it collapses on its weight, attacking you. And then it's just a river, literal river, sludge when it hasn't rained in a while, of this ooze that just goes as far back as Clemens with his final attack.
Yo, what the fuck?
Yep.
If I wasn't reckless right now, I'd be dead.
You mean raging?
Yeah. Sorry,
Yep.
yeah.
And now, turn off this music. With that happening, now Gig comes over to Captain. It's like, and now's the time. And everything starts going right towards Gig, like he was Big Mama for a second. And there's a lot, by the way. Like, it's the river goes the entire road at this point. So it wasn't just what you saw here. A far distance is going towards him, and he's just coalescing into a ball of tar. And it gets these white runes around it. He just holds on to it. He just puts it in his robe. Which is where we'll stop. Hey, 10 minutes time. Good pacing. Good job, guys. You now have a ball of tar. Tar ball.
Bah.
Not to be confused with Linux tar balls. Just BT dubs.
And is the tar ball literally just tar because everything else was sucked into that thing that Gig has?
Yeah, everything. Yeah, he collected quite a bit. And we'll go into that during after talk. For the purposes of the group's inventory, Gig has you can call it the Hand of Wrath.
Literally. Oh shit!
And also the Souls of New Haven.
Sin, why don't you record that? Because I just feel weird writing down the souls of an entire town.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no problem. I love it.
As a player, I would actively encourage you not to share that with Roger.
Whatever he did, that tarball. All right, so been a lot of fun. That the first role-playing scene just primo. Combat, definitely a lot to go through. These fights are going to be quite massive in nature. So let's take us over to After Talk. A lot of people watching us, so I will see you guys there. For those that are new, all we'll do is we'll disconnect from Zoom and we'll go into Discord and chat there. I'll see you guys there.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
LOL.
Welcome to the...
I mean, you're fine, because no one was in here, so it's okay that you didn't mute yourself.
Okay.
Welcome to the After Talk. Yeah. So when we do this, we go through, and our format is like the things that you most enjoyed, and the second round is talking points. So for talking points, it's anything's fair game. Like, I wonder what's up with the tarball. I wonder how Roger will react to this. I wonder how well like Pyro will get along with like an embodiment of flame type creature that is Sin. So for the second round, like anything's fair game that's kind of gnawing at you, we'd like to input thereof. And we also will lean first on all of those that participated before we go to observers. That said, we'll start with Cap. Cap, what was your favorite member of the session?
I think I've got to say the part where the little like fox or the I can't even pronounce it. Tabaxi came in, just because it was just so random. And like everyone was like, what is that thing? Like, is that part of the set? Like it was because it's not something we've seen before. So it's kind of cool to like have these like new faces. And maybe like Cass has seen them, but I haven't. I don't know if Sin has. Like, it was kind of cool to see like new faces and Sigwald coming. Like that's I don't know. It was cool.
Yeah. A lot of like summoning, like I think someone mentioned like summoning the Avengers, like out of the woodworks. Coming here. Yeah, very much so. Well, new Avenger, Pyro, what was your favorite moment?
I think just right out of the gate, it was just instantly chaos. I think Roger's character put it very nicely with just what the hell is going on, like right out of the gate. I think it sums up pretty much very well what's going to be happening this campaign.
So your favorite moment is the raw chaos energy that is this campaign?
Just right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Just the
I forget who says it. I think it's Sin, so keep me honest here. I don't want to misquote. But it's like, pure chaos and what the fuck is going on? Welcome to Arhor'ha. Yep. This party especially is very chaotic. So they take that to a higher bar, for sure. That said, Roger, what's your favorite moment?
Probably the moment where I told the guy with the dogs that this went way past my pay grade several moments ago. Like
There's no way you're keeping your job after this.
Yeah, it was like, I was really glad. Like, I thought there was going to have to be a moment, like, after it for it, because, like, that moment where Rolf was like, "You're coming with us, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, of course." It's like, now it's like, well, yeah, I have to.
I don't have an option.
Leave.
I just wanted to have, like, the bar owner come in and just, like, have his jaw drop.
Not my bar. Yeah.
But there was an enjoyable amount of, like, confusion both as a player and as a character about how some of these people just weren't with you guys at all. I would say, like, I probably didn't know that as a player either, and so I just assumed this entire cavalcade of characters were all part of this group and just accepted that, and some of them weren't at all.
Yeah, everyone was equally, who are you and why are you here? Yeah, yeah. Rolf, what was your favorite moment?
I like, despite being the embodiment of pure chaos as a group, we were able to effectively evacuate basically like a full like town like city, or like it was cool that we were able to like work through towards like a almost like a proper goal despite being just pure chaos.
Yeah. Yeah, for a group of chaos, like you did something that, what is it, disaster recovery experts, like Mass One, like what would they call it, emergency handler or something like that?
FEMA.
Yeah, like basically FEMA handled a town in a medieval time where such techniques don't really exist. Sen, what's your favorite moment?
I appreciate everybody's kind of said it, but the beginning tavern chaos that occurred. I also really appreciated the Roger and Rolf reuniting there at the start. Was humble and kind of gave Rolf an opportunity for some of his backstory stuff and to come out as well. And then also Pyro's backstory came out there with Nutter Butters. It's just cool to see that, and yeah.
And from the people who were watching, I see that Cass is here. Cass, what was your favorite moment?
Oh, hey guys, I know I was, casually typing in stuff as assistance on the side. So I really liked, first, it's more of a me thing, but I really enjoyed seeing Zana because that is one of my characters. So seeing her be like, oh, hey, she's helping. That's good.
That's good.
Yeah, so it made me happy getting to see her. And I also, going from a different angle, because I did enjoy, the chaos, but I also liked how you dealt with Reth, or like the idea of how Reth kind of came about. Because I kind of had an idea that you guys were going to be facing Reth this time around, but that's such like a kind of like a vague statement. You never really know what that fight's going to look like. So I think it was just really interesting seeing how that battle actually went. And then also, I think it was a really big point for the party because you guys had to kind of decide. I think originally you guys were planning on running ahead of everybody to get away from Reth. And now kind of looking at like what would that actually have looked like? Like a lot of people would have died. So seeing you guys kind of realize where your plans need to go and trying to save as many people as possible is really nice to see.
Yep, and lots of people survived. The fatality rate pretty low, considerably. Like unlike if we look at the saviors, survivors, and revolution, no one died. I know that Roger came close, unfortunately. But no one died. Sin came close, did not die. So that's hats off. And from like the town, like living people perspective, a few people didn't make it. One might say they've been recycled, depending on how you look at gig situation. But not as much mass death. So very cool. That said,
I wanted to say that our 40% outlook was bleak. Like I didn't think that was a good like optimism right there. 40% of the town felt like we were really gonna lose here.
Yeah. You guys took out the central nervous system, like Big Mama. Very helpful. And it's a bit twisty, and I'll leave for talking points before I go back to it. But talking points. Captain, same thing you want to bring up?
Yeah, a couple things. One, I think having Clemens back is going to be great because I think it adds a way for me to ask you, Buck, questions that like Captios might know without just asking you outright.
Mm-hmm.
So that I think it'll be helpful to like role play those things out. I think that I'm curious to see if over time like Sin and Ozzy like start losing themselves more and more to Wrath. Like they were able to pretty much keep it together this time, but they were like breaking a lot of shit.
Mm-hmm.
And so it'll be interesting to see, especially with Ozzy, how that plays out since he's so influenced at this point by Wrath. And the fact that that was a hand, I can't imagine like the full rest of Wrath.
What will his liver
that was
do?
his wrist onwards. What'd you say?
What will his liver do?
God. Oh man. Well, definitely handle all the alcohol in the Arhor'ha.
Definitely want to talk about the tarball. Definitely want to talk about. I think I'm gonna actually for this gig thing. I may just record myself singing and dancing. Which I think would be hilarious.
I appreciate that Captious is getting more artsy. We've got his beautiful
Yeah.
drawings, and now we're going to hear his beautiful music.
I also think it's funny that no one else stepped in to make that deal. They were like, "Oh, well, if you want to make the deal and we got to save this town, I guess."
Yeah, or like
I guess it's your-"
I'll do it with you, or like a whole bunch of other things. Like Gig's like, hey, you know what? I love humans. They make interesting choices. They chose not to help you.
Yeah, exactly. So thanks for that, guys.
Really want to step in there.
Yeah, that's fair.
That was the moment where I was kind of like, guys, are you really doing this bit? There are people dying. Listen to the scream.
I do appreciate the great realism. Roger's like, look, things are falling from the sky. People are dying. You're talking about a dance routine. Can we stave this off?
I just saw it, like, I saw this scene, like, in, like, a movie, and it's just you guys are, like, having this conversation and just talking about musicals, and in the background, you can see Roger going back and forth, looking a bit more deranged each time as he's just dragging people, like, across the screen in the background.
I forget, I think it was Rolf that mentioned it, but it's kind of like the power difference of the Avengers, and then, like, Hawkeye is kind of like, people are dying, normal people, and, you know, I don't know.
Yeah,
Loki's having the Asgardians are having a conversation. Like, I guess we could help.
Yeah.
Yes, I guess we could.
I wanted to make a joke of if we're the Avengers, like, am I just like Black Widow with a gun? Like,
I mean,
just like, and I'm also here.
I do appreciate on that.
Does that mean Sin is the Hulk?
I mean, not saying no.
Yeah, I'd definitely say yes.
I'd say more Ozzy is the Hulk.
That's fair.
We're going with rage.
Yeah.
Sin is like, yeah,
Cap, you're Iron Man.
Great.
fantastic.
Well, I guess you could say your offline homework is to who is your Avenger character? Yeah. And the Avengers.
Easy for me.
One thing I
played by Scarlett Johansson.
One thing I am curious about is if people feel that this changes the direction where we're going to go, where like, look, Wrath is it's a bigger issue. Like, right, like up until now, it's been very abstract or very theoretical, and like seeing just a hand in action is crazy. Like Paula's defenses don't work. Like this whole thing is going to get blown away if we can't stop Wrath. I'm curious how the party's priorities are going to change after this.
I still think we need some sort of way to fight him more effectively. I mean, that felt like almost like a perfect storm with keeping the Wrethlings like occupied while I was like literal like orbital nuke of lightning into this thing for like 4 turns without having to move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It just felt like it was like almost ideal.
Yeah, I just think that like
that's a hand.
Exactly, and that like the veneer has kind of been broken in the sense that like, oh, it's Wrath, we'll take care of him eventually. Are you sure about that? Because like it seems like the more he destroys, the stronger he gets, and so we need to stop him sooner rather than later. Now, maybe that still involves convincing the Celestials, but like things are just gonna change. Like it just
and
feels the priorities are changing.
Something to consider, because I mean, you guys have kind of come to the realization that Reth is after Gig, so he's after you guys. So will that change where you guys are going to travel? Because it kind of gives the insinuation that anywhere you travel that has people in it, you're putting them in danger by just being there.
Yep.
These are
Here's a
facts.
thought. Here's a wild fucking thought for you guys. Could we use that knowledge, knowing that's going after us, to utilize rest just pure chaotic destruction against the Celestials?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Because it's not
Like-
necessarily
Like a
picking and
Godzilla versus King Kong kind of thing.
yeah, like because it's not necessarily like it's grabbing whatever in the area.
It is
so like
it is indiscriminate, right?
yeah. So that's just
I'm just
cosmic
curious. No, I think that's fair. I'm curious how much collateral damage that's going to do.
So
yeah.
So
think-
if we could figure out a way to contain the collateral damage, then yeah, I think that makes the most sense. Like let them fight each other.
I
That's
also
what they're
think
here to do.
it
Yeah.
shows how big of a difference there is in power between us. That's just a hand, like we keep saying. Like, I don't know if we are capable of combating Wrath or even really corralling him if it's more than just a hand. Sin almost died, like at the end, and then we got to seal him instead of actually fighting the maximized, fully realized version of the hand that wasn't even really powered or fed.
Yeah.
God
wouldn't have
forbid
to
we get
actually-
him and we're
We wouldn't really have to actually engage. We could just like lure, like leave a breadcrumb trail into the Celestial's den.
no, I'm talking about trying to make Wrath the main priority now. As a thing,
Also-
like I don't know if we have the ability to actually combat that.
Wouldn't that also make the breadcrumb trail sin?
What do you mean?
Isn't it following sin? Was the general thing I got. But
it's following Gig.
It's following Gig.
Oh, all right.
But he's with us, so technically
Yeah,
it's the
so
same
it's
thing.
kind of the same
yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's fair. I mean, yeah. I think that like the whole idea that like the Celestials are blah 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 is great, but like if we do that and then Reth just destroys a bunch of shit, gets strong, it doesn't matter what we do with the Celestials. Like
Unless we outpower creep him.
yeah.
We go to the forest and we fight boars.
So if Reth is going after Gig, like what is Reth's end game? Just to
He wants to-
consume Gig
No,
for
he
all
wants
the
to-
power?
Yeah, he wants to be combined with Gig. He wants to be Gigareth again.
A thing to consider for talking points is that think of Gig as the ultimate like fuck you manipulator, because I mean she's kind of iconized that way. Rest opposite, like worse than Ozzy. Ozzy at least talks sometimes. There isn't much of an end game there. It's just destruction.
Okay.
But he's pulled to Gig like a magnet, right? Just because they're
It's like his nervous system is elsewhere. He's just making his way back to his nervous system. Yeah.
It's like in Pirates of the Caribbean 3, I think it is, or 2, where the crab person loses his head and his body's trying to go pick it back up.
So it's just a thought, like where do we go from here, sort of thing. There's
You
gonna
get
be
really
a lot
bonkers to think about it, Captain, that Gig sealed a part of Gigareth, and he himself was a part of Gigareth, so he's took a piece of himself. Very meta.
Yep.
But why?
Which
What is
allows
he
him.
gonna-
Well, the cool thing is now that thing, if he can utilize it, can allow him to break things so that he can build it, right? Like that was the whole concept. He obviously, Gig obviously has his own end game.
Mm-hmm.
And
Always.
whether that's fuck Celestian or not like fuck Celestian, but true
That's what his end game really is.
Oh my god.
Someone
Swipe
in
right,
this panel
Celestian.
might take offense with that.
Yeah. Alar's
Like-
mad.
Oh my god.
kill Celestian or get off this place and like reform the Gigarat or whatever. I don't know what it is, but there's something, right?
Truth. I'll make sure everyone gets a chance. Pyro, do you have any talking points? Anything you want to bring up?
I have push to talk on.
Maybe.
Pyro?
Pyro.
Do you have anything to talk about?
Not off the top of my head right now.
Okay.
Yeah. How does now that Pyro's had a session with some of these shenanigans, how does Pyro feel about like Sin or Captius or Rolf? Because effectively, it's like I'm now no longer Mr. Nutterbutter, and I've got I don't know how you iconize like Sin. She's like I don't know, flame on Thor, and then
I mean, I've just been a stuffed animal this whole time, so I don't really know anything about anybody. So I think priority one for Pyro would be to what's happened in the last decade or so that I've been in the woods having tea parties this whole time.
Sure.
And you couldn't even eat.
Could not even eat.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Taking a moment to get your bearings with it, because the world has changed for sure. What about you, Roger? Anything you want to bring up?
So I think one thing that's interesting, right, is I think that he is gonna Cactus to fall down the stairs. One thing I wanted to bring up was that I think Roger de facto looks to Rolf like for leadership at the moment with his position. And I probably think he doesn't take Captius that seriously as a leader right now, which I think is interesting. But like,
yeah,
you know,
same with Pyro, especially after that pushing contest with Clarence.
it's a strange introduction to the guy. I think there's like, he's actively scared of Sin. Let's be honest about this.
That's a fair response.
Yeah, as it same with Ozzy. I'm 80% sure Gig killed all of my friends, so like I don't know. I don't think I trust him either, but I'm not 100% sure about that bit. So I'm like just squinty eyes at him. No, I just think I said that best when it was like, you know, I'm gonna start a season-long tradition of not looking at Gig right now.
Won't get much sleep.
Well,
There's just bit legumes strapping on you from your bedroll.
Something, because like when Gimp was ice skating around and scything people, they weren't alive. There's the people that got hit by the falling tar people, got killed,
got
and
smushed by all the.
Yeah, and then Gig went and scythed their souls in it.
I don't know. I feel like you guys are like, you've been around it so long, you're desensitized.
Yeah, because like he is still like, because I mean, it's something that made Alexa, like it kind of shocked Alexa out of it, was seeing Gig steal someone's soul. So like a normal person like Roger or like Pyro seeing Gig go up to people that they knew that died and just yoinking their soul, like that can be really harrowing.
Everyone here is somewhat magic as well, and I feel like I really am just a person.
The past decade, so
here's
yeah, like Pyro maybe a little bit
wild.
less because Pyro's like, I've been a stuffed animal.
Here's something really wild to think about with Gig doing that though, right? Because we know death is not working. So would you rather be lost into some mysterious dark void of for eternity, or kind of hang out in Avernus and do Avernusy things? I mean, would you rather be complete nothingness or be a lemur and potentially have opportunity to raise in ranks and have some I don't know what's worse?
Well,
really?
does Roger and Pyro, do they know that death doesn't work correctly yet?
Not yet.
No,
okay.
But Roger makes a habit of trying not to get killed, so I'm sure like
Roger is like your Frodo
he
Baggins. I am normal folk. Like this.
Yeah.
I read a book about adventure and I'm all about it, and this is the Avengers just came to my bar and my world. It's like the boys. My world will never be the same because someone like ran into my my fiance. Slap. Now it's my life now.
don't know. Frodo and Huey sounds a bit harsh, but I feel like I could take care of myself if we got into like if we were attacked by brigands, then I definitely feel confident about this situation. I feel like being smacked by the underworld kind of hurt a bit, and I'm a bit I'm limping.
I'm limping. That claw, those talons.
Yeah.
But I genuinely believe if you gave that option to Roger, it's like, hey, do you want to go like into Avernus with Gig, or do you want to be lost to the sands of time? He definitely wants to be lost to the sands of time. So that sounds like that sounds like later in the season kind of talk.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Rolf?
Yeah, I'm definitely.
Go ahead, Kev.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, based on what we've been talking about, I definitely think that going to be interesting with the new people to see how the party like reforms and reshapes based on like kind of like roles and whatnot that people are going to start playing, right? Like it's definitely going to be a very interesting season, especially with like the amount of danger that's coming our way.
Yeah. New dynamics, right? New chemistry. Rolf, what are your talking points?
I just have a question. How did we do with securing the population?
Very good.
Like, I know we stopped tracking the percentage for evacuation after a while, and I know that we lowered the 30% overhead a little bit.
Yeah, you did. A plus, like in terms of evacuation. There definitely was some acceptable. I wouldn't say acceptable. There were some losses from the raining death and some of the chaos. But a lot of the chaos was well mitigated by good persuasion and guidance. Like you took active measures to do so, and calm the populace. You secured the populace. You gave them a viable escape route that wasn't the wilderness. You chose the safest route. Yeah, all things considered, the better of the outcomes. When I give that of 10, like you're talking like 8 of 10. Good times.
Nice.
Was what we did in general what you expected us to do going into this one shot?
It was too broad. Like this is the one that is way too sandbox to do that. The only thing they were just events that were in motion. Like you guys could have like decided it's like no, it's good time. It's just now's a good time to go against Wrath. I'm like, yeah, that could have happened. Like there are times where people just go up against the unfathomable forces. Like I'm gonna punch a tidal wave to death. So that was something that did not happen. I really enjoyed the realism. Like Roger and Pyro brought to the group. Like I've been a stuffed animal for 10 years. Like I want to fucking eat. And guys, like again, as mentioned, like gnolls, brigands, not like it's raining devils. This is a little different, and the reactions to that. Getting people out through the tunnel was a nice harken back to the first season. I wasn't sure if you'd find it. It's kind of like the idea of a hidden door. So, possible. It was in realms thereof.
When you were first describing it, I did imagine there was some kind of like, I don't know, like security bunker that's heavily guarded or something like that. That you're like, oh, it's in the tavern. I just never opened this door before.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a hierarchical world. It's warded, and I got box on top of it. But yeah.
I just imagine it's just like, oh, I don't know. I've never looked in that cupboard. I think it's where the vacuum cleaner's kept. Like,
It's like I've got plenty of things in my garage too. It's like, if I just like cleared everything out and somehow could sense through magic, I might find this hatch.
Do you think that we ingratiated ourselves with Clemens more by staying?
Yeah, pretty good.
Like I think that's one of the things is like Captio sees Clemens as both a friend and an ally, and like I know at some point it was like, well, Clemens may not stay with you, and like Captios doesn't want that, especially with Alexa and Solus having left. Like I don't know if anyone caught it, but it was like much more grounding. Like I think Captios made more moral decisions with Clemens around than he would have had Clemens not been around.
I agree with that, 100%.
Yeah.
Roger, what did you? Go ahead, Buck.
No, I was saying, yeah, it's true. It's good that there is like a forcing the moral hand, because Clemens has lived through that already. He's has a firm sense of self to not live through it again.
So Roger, what did you think of Rolf going from weak person to shrugging people off?
I think he's mostly ignoring the scales. Is that the thing? Is that you've grown a harder exterior, but have actually become a warmer individual?
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
going for.
I think he probably warmed to that, but it really is like I think I was serious about like it's like a sort of sarcastic. But as far as Roger's aware, in the only life he's known, I guess like you're the last survivor, you're the captain now, with you to the end. But because we were friends, he's very chill about it, and it's just kind of like kind of rubbing, like making a joke about it, kind of like teasing. But he's for you now. Like he'll do what he can.
Well, it's probably a dangerous choice, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, keep in mind you called Landsite too. Now everyone's underground.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other talking points there, Rolf?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Sin, talking points?
No, I don't think so. Other than everything that we already talked about. Oh no, I have one. I'm curious as to why when me and Ozzy attack the Wrethlings, like we're not taking damage doing so currently. And using Wraith and stuff. Like I'm curious of like that veil and all of that, what's happening. Like I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying.
Well, like when you were in like for the people, when you were in Jacob White's estate, there was a kind of like a breaking of the veil between Avernus and Arhor'ha, and when they would use their any of their when Sin specifically would use Wraith, it seemed to almost thin that veil more and make them excited. So it was, I know, a concern for a little bit of if they used their weapons to break things, what would that do? Like, would that strengthen them, or what would it actually?
Wraith is made from fragments of Wrath, made by Gig.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm using Wrath, basically, I'm essentially using a fragment of Wrath to beat the shit out of Wrath.
And Ozzy is using a hand to beat the shit out of Wrethlings. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is, the hand is from his corruption from Wrath. So it's
fighting Wrath with Wrath.
Yeah.
Kind of really stealing that fighting fire with fire situation.
I use the stones to defeat the stone.
Diamond to cut diamond.
Use the Wrath to destroy the Wrath.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only thing I found interesting.
Yep. Yupperoonies. Cass, any talking points?
Yes. Okay. So, first question, because I wrote these down.
Oh God. Okay.
There's just two. There's just two main ones. You guys kind of answered the other ones as we're going through. So this one's for Captios. How does he feel being compared to Albert von Wolfengeist, who was like...
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
Enemy number one.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And being said that you would have to essentially pay for the choices you make, which Albert isn't. Like, Clemens was pretty clear about that. So I'm just really curious how Captios is feeling.
I think what Captios cared about is, did Albert... Well, what was interesting at Captios, he was like, I don't think Albert von Wolfengeist is still alive, right?
No.
Right?
Well, we don't know.
Clemens was like, he's being kept in a prison somewhere. And I was like...
Yeah, Clemens kind of alludes to the fact that his existence is around but can't be held accountable to his crimes anymore.
Yeah, so like, because what happened was he kind of melded with Wrath in the final battle, and they were able to seal Wrath, like kill that part of Wrath. So, and it's been shown when we did the Gate series that like Thomas, who was Clement's brother, is in a form of like a jail in Avernus or in one of the realms where Reth is held. So you can probably imagine that Albert is in something similar. We don't quite know what realm, but yeah, like he's not able to face what he's done on this realm.
Got it. Yeah, I think he's like he took that to heart, right? Like I think that's part of the whole moral thing that Clem's kind of grounded him a little bit in, is like, dude, you're gonna make decisions. You may think you're doing the right thing. It may be the wrong thing, and at the very least, people are gonna look at you and be like, you're an asshole. And Cap doesn't want to be an asshole. That's also why he asked, like, did your dad succeed? When Clement says he doesn't know, Cap is like, fuck. If you had said yes, it would have been like, all right, well, it's a willing sacrifice.
Well, I think that actually would be kind of something that Captios would be aware of, because Albert von Wolfengeist was the leader of the Dark Hearts that like actively wanted, or at least like in theory wanted Gigareth to have free reign. And the way that Albert von Wolfengeist was going to do it was have a baby with Io and kind of like end the battles, was what his plan was. So I mean, it didn't succeed because I was like, I don't want to have your baby.
So a little, it's been a while since season 6. The idea was New World Order through revolution, right? It's very, very similar what Captios is proposing. It's like, I will tear down the institution and I will put a new king on the throne that has the best interest at heart of everyone. It's like, and I will
benevolent dictatorship.
Yeah, and effectively, like someone who's a servant to the people, which Clemens sees a lot of that in Captios's desires to move forward. It's like, this happened years ago and they failed, so you'll do horrible things along the way and still not succeed. All you'll be remembered for is doing horrible things.
Yeah.
How many revolutions have there been? Guys, seriously.
I mean, everyone's trying to make a better version of their world in the way they can with power.
Okay.
But other than that, my other question, which was more lore-based versus like individual characters, was, do the Targaryens know that their dad is now working for Gig? And how do they feel about that?
Two of them have assumptions.
Okay, because I figured Ty would know, because that's why.
Ty and Willis are the ones that have assumptions. Because, I mean, Sigwald more or less gave Sunder to Ty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And made the deal with Gig to save Ty.
Mm-hmm.
So do the others just not know? Because, I mean, because Sigwald did die. Like, according to like how they think, they thought that Sigwald would be dead.
Yeah.
So does the Ursula family just assume that he's dead and don't realize that he's in the black armor?
Effectively, they think that they were happy enough that Ty and Willis came home. No, it's kind of greedy to think that like everyone's coming home.
Mm-hmm.
They were just kind of happy that some people were coming home, as opposed to nobody. The worst part is low key is that Clemens will have something to say about Sigwald being here.
Oh, I'm sure. I am sure he'll have something.
A lot of things to say about that. I might
add.
He doesn't like Sigwald?
Sigwald is the family, like they were essentially led the hunt against the von Wolfengeist because they're the leader of the
Targaryens. Yep.
Yeah, like he can trace back all the misery that he's had in his family back to that bloodline, that family, and he's the the father of the family, like the headmaster. He is, I don't know, Dumbledore, and his family is the Death Eaters in that comparison. So he's like, we don't like each other, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
I'm still surprised yelling at him worked.
Clemens?
No, when I yelled at Sigwald.
Because it's dragon blood.
Dragon, yeah.
Yeah, and it's metallic dragon blood, so it's...
Yeah, so you're a good dragon, you had a good diplomacy roll.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was convincing enough.
I think the last question, just in general, is Zana going to be joining the party now, or is she just there because they're close to her home?
Oh, she's forcing herself in the party. She's very standoffish, and for those that aren't familiar with the white-haired archer, that is Zana, who is one of the many plethora of people in the world. But she specifically was from the Wolf tribe, and I'm trying to remember who all ran into her besides Clemens back in that one shot.
It was Dell and Robin who are no longer with us.
Yep, so it doesn't matter. Yep, so no one has any frame of reference to her other than she came with Clemens, so because of Clemens, she's going to be sticking around.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's lots of interesting sub-factions. I think that, like Pyro and Roger alluded to it, with before that set, it was like Captios de facto party leader post Alexa. Now it's not as much, right? Like there is sub-loyalties.
Yep.
Like Zana is loyal to Clemens, who is loyal to Captios based on the politics of his actions, and Rolf as it relates to ex-crew. And if I compare, like, who do you think's more of a leader, Captios or Rolf? And you compare those two actions of working with the Sigwald or versus dealing with Clemens. It's going to be interesting chemistry. And we do a lot more RP than we do like siege battles. So there'll be a lot of interesting ways of seeing that come out.
I did have a couple of little questions regarding that. Like, how is Captius the party leader? Like, is he the party leader because, like you said, you've just said that he was replacing Alexa?
Yep. Like he did that because of. Go ahead, Cap. But it came a lot with the last episode of season 9. Worth watching that to kind of see how that came to form. But go ahead, Cap.
Yeah. So just to be clear, the party leader in terms of organization is not necessarily the party leader of the group.
Mm-hmm.
So like I don't know if you were like, because party leader has been thrown around also in Discord.
I'm aware there's like a difference between the two, but I was sort of taking it that Captius at the moment is like the de facto like
yeah. I mean, it's just more so that he has an idea of what he wants to do, and like of the people that are there, Sin and Ozzy. Sin, you know, if Sin was like, this is what I want to do, I don't think Captius would ever be like, no, we're not doing that. Right? I think it's just Sin is not that type of person. Ozzy, just like, he's cool with Ozzy enough that Ozzy like is like, okay, let's do what you want. But there's obviously things tied to that, which is like, eventually you're gonna help me save Luna, and if you don't, I'm gonna kill you.
Well, he did. I think he said that needed to be priority number 1, or he would kill you. If I remember correctly.
Because everyone left, said we need to tackle this in a smarter way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Rolf is coming into his own still, so there is an opportunity there for Rolf to kind of be like, no, this is what I want to do. And I imagine that our boy Roger would probably be like, yeah, I'm following this guy, right? Like, I just think it was just right place, right time sort of thing, right? Yeah. He's not a natural leader. He's more of like the Secretary of State versus like the president sort of role. He plays like a Secretary of Defense, or like he plays more of an advisory role in the past. And now there's no one to really take on that mantle of leader. So it's like, all right, I guess I'll do it.
Yeah, that's cool. I think Roger is like a kind of like similar to a military background, like being on a ship. Someone needs to say left or right in the storm, whether and I think he's at least gonna like just he's gonna follow the leader and he's gonna do his part as the crew.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's fair, right? I think even in Survivors, there's a difference between the leader in battle and like the strategic, like where are we going leader, right? Those are two different roles. Like Captios is not a like if Roger were to be like, we need to form a line and we need to go forward slowly, like Captios would be like,
a strategist first, a field commander.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Right? Like it's just more about like, given what you know about the world and being able to make insights based off that to figure out what the common goal is and what to do next from a higher level. Like he's just most suited for that right now. But again, he's more of an advisor. He's always played an advisor. He's not generally the leader.
Another one I wanted to ask was, what does Roger think happens when he dies? Like, normally, under the circumstances that aren't currently happening.
So, I mean, that's welcome to how Roger thinks about it. It's very, it's a highly magical world. It's Forgotten Realms is its base. Like, you go east, hits the Sword Coast, right? So people are aware that there is an afterlife. It's not like hidden. It's not a mystery. So if you don't believe in a god, you
Yeah,
wall
no,
of
I
faithless, that
wasn't.
stuff. So
I
that's,
think like,
how does Roger feel about it?
well, I guess like I think like having like an atheist character in these kind of situations is pretty dumb. Like I've been hanging around with Gig all afternoon. Like it would be ludicrous to be an atheist in this society.
Right.
But he probably would have some kind of like sea god that he prays to. That's presumably what that rune tattoo is about. But like, yeah, he's pretty like he would just believe whatever that is. But I'm not sure what that is in this world. I guess if there's an afterlife and maybe it's
You could be Goddess of Sea as Ishtia. It's an easy one to lean into. She's pretty chill.
So yeah, I assume if there's an afterlife, sweet, he'd believe in that. But he now doesn't believe in that. Well, he's about to be told that that doesn't happen.
Right. Like, well, your soul won't go to Ishtia as a believer. It's just gonna drift. Like plastic bag in the wind.
Mechanically, though, we can like use like the pods and stuff and like the spells to resurrect people.
What?
Can't we use before this all got fucked up? Mechanically, you could resurrect people using like the spells, like
yeah, before
like
now, yeah, you could resurrect because like resurrection was a thing. Yeah, typically revered for the powerful and the rich. So power just became more of a stratifier in society. Mm-hmm. So it kind of goes back to like Revolution, like, well, if you got the power, I mean, get high enough, you just cast fucking wish.
For what it's worth, though, Rolf is definitely loyal to Captios and wants to see Captios's vision like become actual.
Of like a better world.
So, yeah, so it's not like there's any sort of like real disconnect between the two characters in terms of goals. You know, greater good, forward thinking, better world.
I can get behind that.
Plus, Rolf's got a dragon daddy that's on his way, so there's that. One of the mortal dragons.
I think I enticed him with adventure.
You did. Oh, he's on his way. He just didn't make an appearance.
He's coming at like triple speed.
Yeah, he is.
Chugging potions for extra move speed. Just
like a lightning bolt through the sky. He is the bronze dragon. Yeah, he's gonna be like what's his Toothless? Just Kadoosh.
Mm-hmm.
Big bronze Toothless. All right.
What were you guys on the way for as well? Like, where were you heading before Refs attacked?
The Dawn Forges.
So
was our plan anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's worth mentioning, like, what are the Dawn Forges?
The Dawn Forges is this forge.
Good.
Excellent. We're done. That's the explanation.
Does that have something to do with Dawn?
Yeah. She imagines a good forge.
It's this location where inside holds these different like rooms to get into, I guess, that each represent one of the different zodiacs. So Aries, Aquarius, etc., etc. And those places are in relation to the books that we're trying to gather. Because each zodiac also has a book that's like a representation of what they stand for. And we feel that because those are celestial entities, that having those books in our possession will help us go against those the celestials.
And Wrath.
And Wrath, yeah.
All right. So we're going to go kill some gods.
Yep. Or, well, maybe possibly conscriptor and slave.
Oh, I don't like that second part.
How do you feel about the whole enslaving stuff, considering he technically is a slave still?
Yeah, well,
I feel like there's
and many. It seems like everyone has a deal with Gig.
There's a whole mythology that tells you not to do that.
That Rolf knows, yeah.
either way, we're gonna have to either fight them, gain their trust, or gain their power. It seems like just as an angle.
It'll be an interesting conversation during the excavation route about that, because no matter how you look at it, you're on that river together until you get to the other side.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Circling back. Good talks, by the way. I saw you popped in a little bit late. You want to jump up and say what your favorite moment was for what you were watching and go into talking points?
Just the visual image of Sin and Ozzy walking out of the tavern, because I just imagine Sin having her hand on Ozzy's shoulder as he's just raving beside her, like let's fucking go, and let's go. I'm so ready to break some stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that Ozzy's spirit animal was murder hobo as Reth got closer. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But for talking points, I think it's worth looking at the similarities between Gig and Reth, because it was mentioned a few times that like Wrath is made out of Reth, or looking at how Reth itself dripped in and was able to form like different Wrethlings, and comparing that to Gig and how he can project Agmagai, they see a connection as in they are both fragmented, and they can become different aspects, or they can take on different forms, different shapes, but they're all still a collective hive mind. Only difference is you're fighting what I can only assume is uh, the most concentrated formation of Wrath that Aurora has ever seen, and that's taking the form of multiple smaller aspects of Wrath. So I was thinking, just drawing that comparison, because I think it's an interesting point.
Yeah, I think on that line of thought for Ode, where is the line between what those Wrath and Wrethlings are and what Sin and Ozzy are?
Yeah.
It's a thought. Because
I
then it
mean,
opens a whole lot more
I like.
about the
I don't like.
breakers and the builders themselves.
Rolf.
could it be possible that that is what Ozzy is slowly morphing into? Then,
Like
in a
giggling?
way.
Like, he could be said that Ozzy is slowly being broken down into what he truly is, or what he was gifted, which is a piece of Wrath, like like a personification of Wrath.
Yeah.
Because each breaker breaks different things, and Wrath is the epitome of breakers. So you guys might have just inherited his ability to break limits or break blood fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean it makes sense, right? Because like as Wrath was getting closer, the more ragey both of the tieflings got, to the point where I went into rage mode without me consciously wanting to go into rage mode. So Rhett definitely has a hold on both of them in that regard, as he does with like his Wrethlings. Yeah.
It also kind of brings to an idea, because you guys are talking about, getting rid of Wrath. If you do that, then like, what would happen with Sin and Ozzy, and would they even have any power to then go help with your revolution with the Celestials? Like, what does that mean for them?
Yeah.
It's some interesting tie-ins too, because the same thing can be said for Rolf if something happens to Lancite.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because like they aren't guaranteed to live through this.
Yeah.
Or Pyro with being so dependent the past 10 years. What happens if something happens to Gig?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of funny that like it's like, what is it, that Les Mis scene that Roger being less connected to all that might be the only one like left in a bar by himself. I'm like, well, it wasn't connected to all this planar bullshit, but as a result, didn't suffer any consequences either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think now has brought up a good point of like how you guys can actually combat Rhett's influence, because it seems when he got closer, then Sin went into rage mode. But I'm just thinking personally that the longer you guys stay near Rhett, the more you're going to be broken down, into like your wrestling like aspects, like your pure breaker aspects, the more you're gonna be pushed down to basically raving lunatics.
Mm-hmm.
If it makes you feel better, I think you'd be as strong as an appendage of Wrath and not a whatever splooge thing that he drops on the ground.
Yeah.
Good.
Wrath is splooge.
Good.
Stop.
At least
The spooge of Wrath. That's how I'm gonna name them from now on.
Oh no. Stop.
See, in my mind, it was more like the blood of Wrath, and now it's just not. It's different. Yeah.
he's huge.
Spooge
How many
of death.
parts are there gonna be, guys? Like,
I mean, it's a body. It's got a lot of bits.
oh man, that the Saints Row purple dildo weapon. Extra bludgeoning damage.
Grandia 2 works too, but I was like, yeah, I guess Saints Row. Why not? Okay. Yeah, I'll open up for anything else for talking points before I close down and go for the celebratory T-Bell run. I hope everyone had a fantastic time. I had a blast DMing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. It's a good prelude in. Again, I'll say again, the possibilities of death are very high on all these. Sin very boldly stepped up to soak a lethal amount of shenaniganry. Because a lot of the crosswords were, do you want to let these things take townfolk because they can rip you apart? Like, where you do your choices. That said, some very smart choices to like really get the best of both worlds.
I think that really shows, like everybody's like joking, like, Sin, you monster, blah blah blah, like evil, like that side of things. But I think that right there really shows you that even for what Sin is and how her personality is, like that she's still a good person at the root of things.
Mm-hmm. And Ozzy too. It also speaks well to decisions made in season 9. Like, I know Cap had to step out for a second, but it's like the idea of, from a utilitarian standpoint, Ozzy has a valuable ally to keep for any point of time. Like, because combat can get a slog when it gets that big. There's a lot of things that were abstracted or moved across, like, what is Zana doing? What is Ozzy doing? And we attempt to streamline that as much as possible and focus on player decisions. But all the same, like, Ozzy and Sin effectively held against a wall of death. And even though they're like some of the worst people in the eyes of the world, like tieflings that are close to infernal corruption, their actions in the entire team, they saved a lot of lives. Everyone had a part to play
how
with
the
that.
Townsfolk react to being saved by a couple of tieflings.
They'll rationalize it, I'm sure. Like, we played that pretty to the core. I think that Roger is the voice of their savior. Like, they'd see Roger really as the person that saved them. One, he's a familiar face, right? He's been in the town for at least a couple weeks. He's a newer face, but he served them alcohol.
Bartender.
He's a bartender, exactly. If anything, like, and he prioritized like getting them down into safety. So everyone else is just they're scared, they're tired. They're looking at everyone else as a threat, or like guarded, at the very least guarded.
Oh, if the streets are chanting Roger, then he can die happy already. Everything from now on is a bonus. He's basically already achieved his long-term goal. Like,
yeah, I mean, literally at this point, even though Roger's background is a sailor, if he had started at this point, he'd be considered a folk hero. He's the person in the eyes of these people, even though it's not true. But I mean, like, the way that they rationalize it is that Roger braved this and got to safety, and he had supernatural powers that allowed him to flame on and go the sky, because tales get taller the more you tell them. So he becomes every single character in this tale eventually. But that's Roger, the legend of Roger.
I look forward to that coming up in the next chapter.
You go to another town and you're like, you're Roger.
You're Roger!
Catuus wanted a statue made of him, then Roger that they meet one day. It's just like, there's a statue of Roger now.
That book you're doing's like after this, right? That's what I'm saying. Like,
Same time.
Yeah. I regret that there wasn't enough oxygen in the room for some of the other things that are happening, like what's going on with Landsight and Reth, and also an airship. Simply because combat was a bit too focused. I'll cover that a bit in the Rev chat. I don't think that anyone, however, would have noticed. They were a bit preoccupied. We'll put that down as lore spoilers for later. There's enough going on in the chaotic world that is Arhor'ha to splinter off additional threads.
I don't know. Can we circle back to airship, please?
Sure, we can circle back to airship.
What?
Yeah, there's not many of them, but there are, and there happens to be one that sailed over New Haven during the fight.
Oh.
God.
It's fine.
It's fine. I just happen to know there's probably like small children on the airship.
They're teenagers now. It's fine.
They're not small children at this point. They're young adults. They're like
The young adults.
yeah. I digress. Yeah, they're kiddos. They're. I mean, I think they get along just fine with Roger. Now that I think about it, probably Pyro too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just imagine like Pyro as a stuffed animal probably get along fantastically with like Note. It's like being batted around as a toy. Yeah, I digress. It's like I'm not a stuffed animal anymore. It's like I just feel like I look at you and I think stuffed fox.
So
Flashbacks to the war.
Yeah.
For where this group picks up for their next playthrough, it's like right here where we left off then?
It'll be no.
there's
Everyone
so
will get a
big
benefit of
rest.
a long rest, as everyone's taken the trail to the Targaryen Manor, which is greater than a day.
Okay, so we're just kind of pushing it to us getting to the Tarkarius Manor then.
Well,
Yeah, 'cause I don't think
attempting
it's
to.
you when you're walking through that. Like, not many things can get in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'll leave and
No,
I'll
I
cut
just-
the stream out is I'll bring out one lore factoid. The place that you are, the continent of Arhor'ha, confirmed as the body of Gigareth. You're going underground. And I'll cut stream.